Part 1, Chapter 1, A Runaway Reef. In 1866, something strange happened. People talked about it a lot. Sailors, ship owners, and captains were worried. Governments in Europe and America were also very concerned. Many ships saw a very big thing in the sea. It was long and shaped like a cigar. Sometimes it glowed. It was much bigger and faster than any whale. Ship logs showed that this thing moved very fast. It was very strong and seemed alive. If it was a whale, it was bigger than any whale known before. No scientist had ever seen such a huge monster. People thought the creature was very long. If it was real, it was much bigger than any fish known at that time. And it was real. This made people all over the world very excited. People could not say it was just a story. On July 20th, 1866, a ship named the Governor Higginson saw this moving thing. It was near Australia. The captain thought it was a new reef, like a rocky area in the sea. But then, two streams of water shot up from it. They went 150 feet into the air. So, it was not a reef. It was a large sea animal that could shoot water and steam from its body. Other ships saw it too. On July 23rd, the Christopher Columbus saw it in the Pacific Ocean. This meant the creature could move very quickly. In just 3 days, it moved over 700 miles. 15 days later, two more ships, the Helvetia and the Shannon, saw it in the Atlantic Ocean. They were between the United States and Europe. They both said the monster was over 350 feet long. This was much bigger than the biggest whales, which are about 180 feet long. More reports came in from other ships. People in happy countries joked about it. But in serious countries like England, America, and Germany, people were very worried. In big cities, everyone talked about the monster. People sang about it, made fun of it in newspapers, and showed it in plays. Newspapers made up stories about it. They wrote about old stories of big sea creatures, like Moby Dick and the Kraken. They even printed old reports from people like Aristotle and a bishop who said he saw a giant snake in the sea. Scientists and writers argued about the monster. Some believed it was real, others did not. They wrote many articles in newspapers and magazines. The argument went on for 6 months. Some writers even made fun of scientists. They said the monster was not real. Finally, a funny article made everyone laugh, and the monster problem seemed to go away. But in early 1867, new things happened. Now, the monster was not just a science problem. It was a real danger. The monster was like a moving reef, but it could not be found easily. On March 5, 1867, a ship called the Moravian hit something in the night. It was a rock not on any map. The ship was going fast. If its body was not strong, it would have sunk. There were 237 people on board. This happened in the morning. The officers looked at the sea but saw nothing, only a strong swirl of water. They wrote down where it happened. The ship seemed fine, but later they found a part of its bottom was broken. This accident was very serious. It might have been forgotten, but 3 weeks later, the same thing happened again. This time, it was a very famous ship. Everyone knows the Cunard Shipping Company from England. It started in 1840 and had many fast and big ships. The company was very good. Cunard ships made 2,000 trips across the Atlantic in 26 years. They never had a canceled trip, a delay, or lost a person, ship, or even a letter. So, when something happened to one of their best ships, people were very surprised. On April 13, 1867, a ship called the Scotia was sailing. The sea was calm. The ship was going fast. At 4:17 in the afternoon, while people were having tea, the ship hit something. It was not a soft hit. It seemed like something sharp cut the ship. The hit was small, but then sailors came up yelling, "We're sinking! We're sinking!" People were scared, but the captain told them not to worry. The ship had strong walls inside that could stop water. The captain went to look. Water was coming into one part of the ship very fast. Luckily, the engines were not in that part. The captain stopped the ship. A sailor went into the water to see the damage. He found a hole in the bottom of the ship that was 2 meters wide. They could not fix such a big hole. The ship had to keep going with water in it. It was 300 miles from land. After 3 days, it finally arrived at the docks in Liverpool. Engineers checked the Scotia in a special dry dock. They were shocked. There was a perfect triangle-shaped hole in the bottom of the ship. It looked like something very strong cut through 4 centimeters of metal. And then, this strong thing pulled itself back out. This was very strange. This made everyone angry again. Now, every ship that was lost at sea without a clear reason was blamed on the monster. People said the monster caused many ships to sink. About 200 ships were lost each year with no news of them. People said the monster was to blame for these lost ships. Because of it, travel between countries was becoming more dangerous. People demanded that the seas be cleared of this scary creature. Chapter 2. The Pros and Cons. I came back from a trip to Nebraska in the United States. I was a professor at a museum in Paris. The French government sent me on this trip. I spent 6 months in Nebraska and then went to New York. This was at the end of March. I had many things from my trip. I was going back to France in May, so I was busy sorting my collections of rocks, plants, and animals. Then, something big happened with a ship called the Scotia. I knew all about this news. It was very important. I read all the newspapers, but I still did not understand. This was a big mystery for me. I could not decide what was happening. I thought maybe there was something out there. The Scotia ship had a big hole, so something certainly hit it. When I got to New York, everyone was talking about it. Some people thought it was a moving island or a hidden rock, but this idea was wrong. A rock cannot move so fast. Also, people thought it was a broken ship part, but this was also wrong because it moved too fast. So, there were 2 main ideas. Some people thought it was a very strong monster. Others thought it was a powerful underwater boat. The idea of an underwater boat seemed possible, but no one knew who built it. When and where was it built? How could it be a secret? Only a government could have such a machine. Governments were making new weapons. Maybe a country was testing a secret machine. This machine could be like a new weapon, even stronger than a torpedo. I hoped the world would stop making such dangerous things. But governments said they did not have such a machine. They said this to help people feel safe when traveling on the ocean. So, we had to believe them. Also, how could they keep such a big secret? It would be hard for one person, and impossible for a country watched by others. So, after checking in many countries, the idea of a secret underwater boat was not believed. Then, the idea of a monster came back. People made jokes about it, but many imagined strange sea animals. When I was in New York, some people asked for my ideas. I wrote a book about the ocean. People liked my book, and I was known as someone who knew about the sea. At first, I said nothing, but then I had to say what I thought. The New York Herald newspaper asked me to write about it. I did it. I wrote about the problem from all sides. Here is part of what I wrote in the newspaper on April 30th. I wrote, "We looked at all the ideas. Now, we must believe there is a very strong sea animal. We do not know what is in the deepest parts of the ocean. No one has gone there. What animals live there? What do they look like? We can only guess. But there are 2 ways to think about this problem. First, maybe we do not know all the animals on Earth. If nature still has secrets, then a new kind of fish or whale could exist. These animals could be very strong. They could live very deep in the ocean. And maybe sometimes they come up to the top of the water. Second, if we know all the animals, then the animal must be one we already know. In this case, I think it is a giant narwhal. A normal narwhal is about 60 feet long. Imagine one 5 or 10 times bigger. Give it great strength. It would be like the animal we are looking for. It could make the hole in the Scotia ship. A narwhal has a very hard, pointed tusk, like an ivory sword. It is as strong as steel. Narwhals use these to fight whales. They have also made holes in ships. In Paris, there is a narwhal tusk that is more than 2 meters long and almost half a meter wide at its base. Now, imagine this tusk is 10 times stronger. The animal is 10 times more powerful. It swims at 20 miles per hour. If it hits a ship, it would cause a big crash, like what happened. So, until we know more, I believe it is a giant narwhal. It would not just have a tusk, but a strong point, like a warship. This strange event can be explained this way. But it is still possible it is something else, even with all we have seen and studied. These last words were a bit weak. I wanted to protect my name as a professor. I did not want Americans to laugh at me. So I left a small way out. But deep down, I believed in the monster. My article caused a lot of talk. Many people agreed with me. My idea let people imagine big, strange creatures. The sea is a good place for such huge animals. Animals on land, like elephants, are small compared to them. The ocean has the biggest animals we know. Maybe it hides very big crabs or lobsters. Why not? In old times, land animals were very big. Maybe the sea still has these huge old animals. The sea does not change, but the land does. Could the ocean hide these huge animals that live for a very long time? But I must stop thinking these wild thoughts. These old stories have become real for me. People agreed that a huge animal caused the problem. It was not a sea serpent from stories. Some people saw it as a science problem. But others, especially in America and England, wanted to kill the monster. They wanted to make ocean travel safe. Newspapers about business and shipping talked about this. Shipping newspapers and insurance companies all agreed. They wanted to raise prices for shipping if the monster was not caught. The United States government decided to act first. In New York, they started getting ready for a trip to find this narwhal. A fast ship called the Abraham Lincoln was made ready to sail. The Navy gave Commander Farragut what he needed to prepare his ship. But then, when they were ready, the monster disappeared. For 2 months, no one saw it. No ships met it. Maybe the monster knew they were looking for it. People talked about it a lot, even using the Atlantic cable. Some jokesters said the monster read their messages and was using them to hide. So the ship was ready for a long trip with strong fishing tools, but no one knew where to go. People were getting impatient. Then, on June 2nd, news came. The Tampico, a ship going from California to Shanghai, saw the animal again. This was 3 weeks earlier, in the northern Pacific Ocean. This news made everyone excited. Commander Farragut had less than a day to leave. His ship had food and coal. All his sailors were ready. He just needed to start the ship's engines. A delay of half a day would be bad. But Commander Farragut wanted to go. I got a letter 3 hours before the Abraham Lincoln left Brooklyn. The letter said, Professor Aronnax, Professor at the Paris Museum, 5th Avenue Hotel, New York. Sir, if you want to join the trip on the Abraham Lincoln, the government will be happy to have you as France's representative. Commander Farragut has a room for you. Sincerely, J.B. Hobson, Secretary of the Navy. Chapter 3. As Master Wishes. I didn't think about hunting a unicorn. But then I read a letter. It was from Mr. J.B. Hobson. He was the Secretary of the Navy. After I read his letter, I knew what I must do. I had to find this strange animal and get rid of it. I was tired. I had just come back from a long trip. I wanted to rest. I wanted to see my home, my friends, my small apartment, and my collections. But I forgot all of that. I was not tired anymore. I said yes to the American government. I thought, all roads go to Europe. Maybe the unicorn will take me to France. Maybe I can catch it in European waters. I will bring part of its horn to the museum. But first, I had to find this animal in the Pacific Ocean. This meant I would go home by a very long way. I called, Conseil. Conseil was my helper. He always came with me on my trips. He was from Flanders. I liked him, and he liked me. He was calm and worked hard. He was good with his hands. He did his job well. His name means advice, but he never gave advice. Conseil knew a lot about science. He could name many kinds of animals and plants, but he only knew how to classify them. He didn't know much else. He was good at the theory of classification, but he was not good at using it. I don't think he could tell a sperm whale from a baleen whale, but he was a good person. For 10 years, Conseil went with me wherever science took us. He never complained about long or hard trips. He never said no to packing his bag for any country. He went everywhere happily. He was always healthy and strong. He was never nervous. Conseil was 30 years old. I was 40. But Conseil had one problem. He was very formal. He always spoke to me using master. Sometimes it was a bit much. I said again, Conseil. I was getting ready to leave quickly. I trusted Conseil. I usually didn't ask him if he wanted to come on trips. But this trip was different. It could be very long. It was dangerous. We were hunting an animal that could sink a ship. I had to think about it. What would Conseil say? I called, Conseil, a third time. Conseil came in. Did Master call me? He asked. Yes, my boy. Get my things ready. Get your things ready. We are leaving in 2 hours. As Master wishes, Conseil said calmly. We need to hurry. Pack my suitcase, my travel kit, my suits, shirts, and socks. Don't count. Just put it all in. Hurry. What about Master's collections? Conseil asked. We will take care of them later. What? Master's fossil bones? The hotel will keep them for us. What about Master's live babirusa? They will feed it while we are gone. We will tell them to send all the animals to France. So we are not going back to Paris? Conseil asked. Yes, we are, I said, not directly. But we will take a different way first. Whatever detour Master wishes. It's nothing big, just a longer way. We are leaving on the Abraham Lincoln. As Master thinks best, Conseil said quietly. My friend, we are going to find the monster, the famous narwhale. We will get rid of it. I wrote a book about the ocean, so I must go with Commander Farragut. It is a great mission, but it is also dangerous. We don't know where we will go. These animals can be very wild. But we are going. Our commander is ready for anything. What Master does, I will do, Conseil replied. But think about it. I want to be honest with you. People don't always come back from trips like this. As Master wishes. 15 minutes later, our bags were ready. Conseil packed them very fast. I knew he didn't forget anything. He packed shirts and suits as well as he classified birds and animals. The hotel elevator took us to the main hall. I went down some stairs to the first floor. I paid my bill at the big desk. I told them to send my animals and plants to Paris, France. I made sure there was money for the babirusa. Then, Conseil and I got into a carriage. The carriage took us for 20 francs. We went down Broadway to Union Square. Then we went on 4th Avenue to Bowery Street. We turned onto Catherine Street and stopped at Pier 34. From there, the Catherine ferry took us and the carriage to Brooklyn. Brooklyn is part of New York City, across the East River. In a few minutes, we were at the pier. The Abraham Lincoln was there. Black smoke came out of its 2 funnels. Our bags were taken to the ship's deck. I went on board quickly. I asked for Commander Farragut. A sailor led me to the back of the ship. I met a smart officer. He shook my hand. "Professor Pierre Aronnax?" he asked. "That's me," I said. "Commander Farragut?" "Yes, that's me. Welcome aboard, Professor. Your room is ready." I bowed. I let the commander take care of getting the ship ready. I was taken to my room. The Abraham Lincoln was a good ship for this job. It was fast. It could make a lot of steam. This made it go fast, about 18.3 miles per hour. This was fast, but maybe not fast enough for the big sea animal. The inside of the ship was good too. I liked my room. It was at the back of the ship and opened into the officers' eating area. "We will be comfortable here," I told Conseil. "With respect to master," Conseil said, "as comfortable as a hermit crab in a shell." I let Conseil put our bags away. I went on deck to watch the ship get ready to leave. Commander Farragut was telling men to untie the last ropes. If I had been late by even a short time, the ship would have left without me. I would have missed this strange and amazing trip. The real story might be hard to believe. Commander Farragut did not want to waste any time. He wanted to go to the sea where the animal was seen. He called his engineer. "Is the steam ready?" he asked. "Yes, sir," the engineer said. "Go," Commander Farragut called. They told the engine to start. Steam made a whistling sound. The engine parts moved. The ship's propellers spun faster in the water. The Abraham Lincoln moved out. Many ferries and small boats were with it. People were watching from the boats. The docks in Brooklyn and all parts of New York along the East River were full of people. 3 cheers came from 500,000 mouths. Thousands of handkerchiefs waved. They cheered for the Abraham Lincoln until it reached the Hudson River. This is where New York City is. The ship then went along the New Jersey coast. There were many houses there. It passed forts. The forts fired their big cannons to say hello. The Abraham Lincoln lowered and raised the American flag 3 times. The 39 stars on the flag shone. Then the ship went slower to go into the channel. This channel went into a bay. There were many people on the sandy land there. They cheered for us again. The escort of boats stayed with the ship. They only left us when we passed a lightship. This lightship showed the way into the narrow part of New York Bay. It was 3 o'clock. The harbor pilot got into his small boat. He went to a small sailing ship that was waiting for him. The fires in the ship were made hotter. The propeller moved faster. The ship went along the flat, yellow coast of Long Island. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights of Fire Island disappeared. We were going at full speed into the dark Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 4. Ned Land. Commander Farragut was a good sailor. He was in charge of his ship. He thought a large sea animal was real. He did not let anyone on his ship say it was not real. He wanted to find this monster and get rid of it. He was like a knight fighting a dragon. He would either kill the animal, or the animal would kill him. The other officers on the ship felt the same way. They talked about finding the animal. They watched the ocean carefully. Even sailors who usually did not like to work volunteered to look for it. They climbed up high on the ship every day. The ship was called the Abraham Lincoln. It had not even reached the part of the ocean where they thought the animal was. The crew wanted to find the animal too. They wanted to catch it and cut it up. Commander Farragut said he would give $2,000 to the first person who saw it. Everyone on the ship looked very carefully. I also looked for the animal every day. Our ship could have been called the Argus, a monster with 100 eyes. Only one person did not care, and that was Conseil. He was not excited like everyone else. Commander Farragut had put all the right tools on the ship to catch a giant sea animal. It had harpoons and guns. There was a new big gun on the ship. It was made in America and could shoot far. The Abraham Lincoln had many ways to destroy things. But it had something even better. It had Ned Land. He was the best harpooner. Ned Land was from Canada. He was very good at his dangerous job. He was smart, calm, brave, and clever. It was very hard for a whale to get away from him. Ned Land was about 40 years old. He was very tall and strong. He was serious and did not talk much. He could be stubborn and angry. His eyes were very strong and made him look special. Commander Farragut made a good choice to hire Ned Land. Ned Land was like a strong telescope and a cannon. He was as good as the whole crew by himself. Ned Land was Canadian, so he spoke French. He liked me even though he was not very friendly. He liked that I was from the same country. He liked to talk, and I liked to listen to his old Canadian French. His family was from Quebec, and they were fishermen for a long time. Ned started to talk more. I liked to hear his stories about his adventures in the cold seas. He told stories about fishing and fighting. His stories were like long poems. He was like a Canadian Homer telling old stories. I am writing about Ned now because we are good friends. We became friends during very hard times. I want to live 100 more years to remember him. What did Ned Land think about the sea monster? He did not believe in it. He was the only one on the ship who did not. He did not even want to talk about it. One day, I decided to ask him about it. It was a nice evening on June 25th. This was 3 weeks after we left. The ship was near Cabo Blanco, off the coast of Patagonia. We had passed the Tropic of Capricorn. The Strait of Magellan was less than 700 miles south. In less than 8 days, the Abraham Lincoln would be in the Pacific Ocean. Ned Land and I were sitting on the back of the ship. We talked about different things. We looked at the deep, mysterious ocean. I started talking about the giant animal. I talked about if we would find it or not. Ned did not say much, so I asked him more. I asked him, "Ned, why do you still not believe in this animal we are looking for? Do you have a reason to be so unsure?" Ned looked at me. He hit his forehead, which he often did. He closed his eyes like he was thinking. Then he said, "Maybe, Professor Aronnax." "But Ned," I said, "you catch whales for a living. You know all about big sea animals. You should believe that a huge animal could exist. You should be the last person to doubt it." "That's where you are wrong, Professor," Ned said. "People might believe in stories about comets or monsters in the earth, but scientists do not believe those stories. It's the same for whalers. I have caught many whales, but none of them, no matter how strong, could break through a metal ship." "But Ned," I said, "people say that some animals have gone through ships." "Maybe wooden ships," Ned said, "but I have never seen it. Until I see proof, I will not believe that whales can do that." "Listen to me, Ned." No, Professor. I will agree with anything else. Maybe a giant octopus." "Even less likely, Ned. An octopus is a soft animal. Even if it was 500 feet long, it would not hurt ships like the Scotia or the Abraham Lincoln. So, stories about big sea monsters are just made up." "So, Mr. Scientist," Ned Land said, teasing me, "you still believe in a giant sea animal?" "Yes, Ned," I said again. "I truly believe in a very strong animal. It is like a whale with a strong horn that can go through things." The harpooner said, shaking his head. He did not want to believe me. "Listen, my friend," I went on. "If such an animal lives deep in the ocean, it must be very, very strong." "Why does it need to be so strong?" Ned asked. "Because it takes a lot of strength to live deep in the ocean and handle the pressure there." "Oh, really?" Ned said, winking at me. "Oh, really? And I can show you with some numbers." "Nonsense," Ned replied. "You can make numbers say anything." "In business, Ned, but not in math. Listen to me. Imagine that the pressure of the air is like a column of water 32 feet high. This water is salt water, so it's a bit heavier. When you go under the water, Ned, for every 32 feet you go down, the pressure on your body gets stronger by 1 atmosphere. That means 1 more kilogram on every square centimeter of your body. So, At 320 feet down, the pressure is 10 atmospheres. At 3,200 feet, it's 100 atmospheres. And at 32,000 feet, it's 1,000 atmospheres. This means that if you could go that deep, every square centimeter of your body would have 1,000 kilograms of pressure on it. Now, Ned, do you know how many square centimeters are on your body? I have no idea, Professor Aronnax. About 17,000. That many? Yes, and the air pressure on you right now is a little more than 1 kilogram per square centimeter. So, your 17,000 square centimeters are feeling 17,568 kilograms right now. Without me knowing it? Without you knowing it. And you are not crushed because the air inside your body has the same pressure. When the inside and outside pressures are the same, they cancel each other out, and you don't feel it. But in the water, it's different. Yes, I see, Ned said, becoming more interested. Because the water is around me, but does not go inside me. Exactly, Ned. So at 32 feet under the sea, you would feel a pressure of 17,568 kilograms. At 320 feet, 10 times more, it's 175,680 kilograms. At 3,200 feet, 100 times more, it's 1,756,800 kilograms. Finally, at 32,000 feet, 1,000 times more, it's 17,568,000 kilograms. You would be flattened like you were squeezed in a press. Oh no, Ned said. So then, my good harpooner, if very long animals live at such depths, their bodies have millions of square centimeters. The pressure on them would be billions of kilograms. Think about how strong their bones and bodies would need to be to handle that pressure. They would need to be made, Ned Land replied, of metal plates 8 inches thick, like warships. Right, Ned, and then imagine the damage such a large animal could do if it hit a ship very fast. Yes, indeed. Maybe, the Canadian replied. The numbers surprised him, but he still did not want to agree. Well, have I convinced you? You have convinced me of one thing, Mr. Scientist, that deep in the sea, such animals would need to be as strong as you say, if they exist. But if they do not exist, my stubborn harpooner, how do you explain what happened to the Scotia? It's maybe, Ned said, pausing. Go on. Because it just couldn't be true, the Canadian replied. He was repeating something a famous scientist once said, but his answer did not prove anything. It only showed how stubborn Ned was. I did not ask him any more that day. The accident to the Scotia was real. It had a real hole that needed to be fixed. That hole did not make itself. It was not from rocks or machines underwater. So, an animal must have made it. Because of all these reasons, I believed that this animal was a mammal, like a whale. What kind of whale it was we would have to find out later. To find out, we needed to study it. To study it, we needed to catch it. To catch it, Ned Land needed to harpoon it. To harpoon it, the crew needed to see it. And to see it, we needed to find it, which was hard to do. Chapter 5. At Random. For some time, the ship Abraham Lincoln had a calm trip. But one event showed Ned Land's amazing skill. It showed we could trust him a lot. On June 30th, near the Falkland Islands, the ship met American whale hunters. They said they had not seen the narwhale, but one captain, from the ship Monroe, knew Ned Land was on the Abraham Lincoln. He asked Ned to help hunt a whale they saw. Commander Farragut let Ned go on the Monroe. Ned was very lucky. With 2 quick shots, he hit 2 whales. He hit one in the heart. He caught the other after a short chase. If the big monster ever met Ned Land's harpoon, the monster would lose. The ship went very fast along the east coast of South America. By July 3rd, we were near the Strait of Magellan. But Commander Farragut did not want to go through this hard passage. He decided to go around Cape Horn instead. Everyone on the ship agreed with him. Would we find the narwhale in such a small strait? Many sailors said the monster could not go through because it was too big. On July 6th, around 3 in the afternoon, the Abraham Lincoln went around Cape Horn. This is a small island at the end of South America. Dutch sailors named it after their town. We then went northwest. The next day, our ship was in the Pacific Ocean. "Look! Look!" the sailors on the Abraham Lincoln kept saying. And they looked very carefully. Their eyes and spyglasses did not stop looking. They looked day and night. People who could see well in the dark had a good chance to win money. I did not care about the money, but I watched very closely. I only stopped to eat and sleep a little. I stayed on the ship's deck. I looked at the white water behind the ship. Many times, I felt excited with the other people when a whale came up. The ship's deck would fill with people. Sailors and officers came out quickly. We watched the whale. I stared until my eyes hurt. Conseil, who was always calm, kept saying to me, "If Master's eyes stop bulging, Master will see better." But it was a waste of time. The Abraham Lincoln would go after the animal. But it was always a normal whale. It would soon disappear, and people would be angry. But the weather was good. Our trip was going well. It was winter in these southern parts. July there is like January in Europe. But the sea was calm. We could see far. Ned Land was still very doubtful. When he was not on watch, he said he did not even look at the water. He said this unless whales were in sight. But his good eyesight could have helped a lot. But this stubborn Canadian spent 8 hours out of 12 reading or sleeping in his room. I told him many times to care more. "Bah!" he said. "There's nothing out there, Professor Aronnax. And if there is an animal, how can we see it? Don't you see we are just going around by chance? People say they saw this animal again in the Pacific. I believe it. But 2 months have passed. Your narwhale does not like to stay in the same place for long. It can move very fast. Professor, you know that nature does not do things without reason. It would not give a slow animal the ability to move fast if it did not need to use it. So if the animal exists, it is already gone." I had no answer to this. We were just looking blindly. But what else could we do? Our chances were small. But everyone still believed we would succeed. No sailor would bet against the narwhale appearing soon. On July 20th, we crossed a line on the map called the Tropic of Capricorn. On July 27th, we crossed the equator. The ship then went more to the west. It went into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Commander Farragut thought it was best to stay in deep water. He stayed far from land. He thought the animal avoided land. Our officer said, "Because there's not enough water for him." So the ship stayed far from islands. It then went to the China Seas. We were finally in the area where the monster was last seen. And it was dangerous on the ship. Hearts were beating fast. The whole crew was very nervous. I cannot describe it. Nobody ate, nobody slept. Many times a day, someone would think they saw something. This made us very anxious. This happened many times. We became very annoyed. Something had to happen, and it happened soon. For 3 months, each day felt like a century. The Abraham Lincoln went through all the northern Pacific waters. It chased whales. It changed direction often. It stopped suddenly. It went fast and slow. It looked everywhere from Japan to America. And we found nothing. Only empty water. Nothing like a big narwhale, or an island under the water, or a lost ship, or a moving rock. Nothing strange at all. So people changed their minds. First they felt sad, then they did not believe. A new feeling came on board. It was 3 parts shame and 7 parts anger. The crew called themselves fools for believing a story. Then they got angrier. All the reasons they had believed for a year were gone. Each man now only wanted to eat and sleep. They wanted to make up for the time they had lost. Like many people, They went from one extreme to another. The people who were most excited about the trip became the most against it. This feeling went through the whole ship. And if Commander Farragut was not so stubborn, the ship would have gone back south. But this useless search could not go on much longer. The Abraham Lincoln had done its best. It had no reason to blame itself. The American sailors had been very patient and eager. They were not to blame for this failure. There was nothing to do but go home. A request to go home was given to the commander. The commander did not change his mind. His sailors were unhappy. Their work was not good. I will not say there was a rebellion, but after some time, Commander Farragut, like Christopher Columbus before him, asked for 3 more days. After these 3 days, if the monster did not appear, the ship would go towards Europe. This promise was made on November 2nd. It made the crew feel better right away. They watched the ocean carefully again. Everyone wanted one last look. Spyglasses were used with great energy. A big challenge had been given to the giant narwhale. It had no excuse not to appear. 2 days passed. The Abraham Lincoln went at half speed. They used many ways to get the animal's attention. They dragged big pieces of meat in the water. Sharks liked this. While the Abraham Lincoln stopped, its small boats went out in every direction. They looked at every part of the sea. But the evening of November 4th came, and the mystery was still not solved. At noon the next day, November 5th, the time limit was over. After finding their position, Commander Farragut had to go southeast. He had to leave the northern Pacific. The ship was at 31 degrees 15 minutes north and 136 degrees 42 minutes east. Japan was less than 200 miles away. Night was coming. It was 8 o'clock. Big clouds covered the moon. The sea was calm. I was at the front of the ship, leaning over the side. Conseil was next to me, looking straight ahead. The crew was in the ropes, looking at the horizon. It became smaller and darker. Officers used special glasses to see in the dark. Sometimes, the dark ocean shined when moonbeams came through the clouds. Then all light disappeared. I saw that Conseil was also affected. I thought his nerves were shaking for the first time. "Come on, Conseil," I told him. "Here's your last chance to get that $2,000. "If Master allows me to say," Conseil answered, "I never thought I would win that prize. The government could have offered $100,000 and still been rich." "You are right, Conseil. It was a foolish thing. We did it too fast. What a waste of time. What wasted feelings. 6 months ago, we could have been back in France." "In Master's small apartment," Conseil answered. "In Master's museum. And by now I would have put Master's fossils in order. And Master's babirusa would be in its cage at the zoo in the botanical gardens. Many people would have come to see it." "Yes, Conseil, and I think people will laugh at us soon." "Yes," Conseil said calmly. "I think they will laugh at Master." "And must it be said?" "It must be said, Conseil." "Well then, it will serve Master right." "How true. When one is an expert like Master, one must not expose oneself to—" Conseil could not finish his sentence. In the quiet, a voice was heard. It was Ned Land's voice. He shouted, "Look! There's the thing, next to us." Chapter 6. At full steam. Everyone on the ship ran to the harpooner. The captain, officers, sailors, and even the young boys came. The engine stopped, and the ship moved slowly. It was very dark. I wondered how Ned, the Canadian, could see the thing. My heart beat very fast. But Ned was right. We all saw what he was pointing at. About 400 meters from our ship, the sea lit up from under the water. This was not just natural light from the sea. Something big under the water was giving off a very bright light. It was a strong, strange light that many captains had talked about. This light was like a big, long oval on the water. In the middle, it was very bright, and then it got less bright as it spread out. An officer said, "It's just many small lights in the water." "No, sir," I said. "Even strong sea creatures don't make such a bright light. This light is like electricity. Look, it's moving. It's coming at us." Everyone on the ship shouted. "Be quiet," said Captain Farragut. "Turn the ship hard. Stop the engines." Sailors went to the steering wheel, and engineers went to the engines. The ship stopped and turned in a circle. "Go straight! Engines forward!" Captain Farragut called out. The ship moved away from the light quickly, but I was wrong. The animal came at us very fast, much faster than our ship. We were very surprised and scared. We stood still and quiet. The animal caught up to us. It went around our ship, which was moving at 14 miles per hour. It made sheets of light around us, like bright dust. Then it went away for 2 or 3 miles. It left a bright path behind it, like smoke from a fast train. Suddenly, the animal came back very fast from far away. It stopped very close to our ship, about 20 feet away. Then its light went out completely, not slowly, like it just stopped shining. Then it appeared on the other side of the ship. It went around us or under us. We could have crashed at any moment. This would have been very bad for us. I was surprised that the ship was running away. It was made to chase things, but now it was being chased. I told Captain Farragut this. His face, which was usually calm, showed great surprise. "Professor Aronnax," he said, "I don't know what kind of scary animal this is. I don't want my ship to take silly risks in the dark. How can we attack this unknown creature? How can we defend ourselves? Let's wait for daylight. Then we will act differently." "You are sure it's an animal now, Captain?" "Yes, sir. It looks like a very big narwhal, and it's electric." "Maybe," I added. "We can't get close to it, like an electric eel or an electric ray." "Right," the captain said. "If it can shock us, it's the most terrible animal ever made. That's why I will be careful, sir." The whole crew stayed awake all night. No one slept. The ship could not go as fast as the animal, so it slowed down and went at half speed. The narwhal also slowed down. It just moved with the waves. It seemed like it would not leave the fight. But around midnight, it disappeared. Or it went out like a big firefly. Did it run away from us? We hoped not, but we had to think it might have. But at 12:53 in the morning, we heard a very loud hiss. It sounded like a lot of water being pushed out very hard. Captain Farragut, Ned Land, and I were on the back of the ship. We looked closely into the dark. "Ned Land," the captain asked, "have you often heard whales make noise?" "Often, sir, but never a whale like this. I get $2,000 for seeing this one." "Correct, the money is yours. But tell me, is that the sound whales make when they push water from their blowholes?" "That's the sound, sir, but this one is much louder, so there's no mistake. There's definitely a whale here. With your permission, sir," Ned added, "tomorrow morning we will talk to it." "If it wants to listen to you, Mr. Land," I said, not sure. "Let me get close to it, about 4 harpoon lengths," Ned said, "and it will have to listen." "But to get close to it," the captain said, "I would have to give you a small boat?" "Certainly, sir." "That would put my men's lives in danger." "And my own," Ned answered simply. Around 2 in the morning, the light came back. It was just as bright. It was about 5 miles away from the ship. Even with the wind and sea noise, we could clearly hear the animal's powerful tail moving. We could even hear it breathing. It seemed like when this very big narwhal came up to breathe, air went into its lungs like steam into a very big engine. I thought. An animal as strong as many horses. That's a very big whale. We stayed ready until morning. We got our whale hunting tools ready. Our main officer loaded the big guns that can shoot harpoons far away. He also loaded long guns with exploding bullets that can hurt even very big animals. Ned Land just sharpened his harpoon. It was a scary weapon in his hands. At 6 o'clock, the sun started to rise. The narwhal's electric light went away. At 7 o'clock, it was fully daytime, but a thick fog made it hard to see far. Our best spyglasses could not see through it. We were disappointed and angry. I climbed up to the top of the ship's mast. Some officers were already up there. At 8 o'clock, the fog slowly moved away from the water. The sky became clear quickly. Suddenly, just like the night before, Ned Land's voice was heard. "There it is! Behind us on the left!" the harpooner shouted. Everyone looked where he pointed. There, about a mile and a half from the ship, a long, dark body came out of the water about a meter. Its tail was shaking very hard and making a big swirl in the water. No animal's tail had ever moved the sea with such power. A very long white light followed the animal's path in a big curve. Our ship got closer to the animal. I looked at it carefully. The reports from other ships had made it sound a little bigger. I thought it was about 250 feet long. It was harder to guess how wide it was, but it seemed to be perfectly shaped. While I was looking at this amazing creature, 2 streams of steam and water shot up from its blowholes, about 40 meters high. This showed me how it breathed. From this, I knew it was a vertebrate, a mammal, and a cetacean. But I couldn't decide on the exact family. There are 3 families of cetaceans: baleen whales, sperm whales, and dolphins. Narwhals are in the dolphin group. Each family has different types, and each type has different kinds. So I still needed to find the kind and family. But I knew I would with help from God and Captain Farragut. The crew was waiting for orders from the captain. After looking at the animal carefully, he called for his engineer. The engineer ran over. "Sir," the captain said, "is there enough steam?" "Yes, sir," the engineer answered. "Good. Add more coal and go at full speed." Everyone cheered. The fight was about to begin. A few moments later, the ship's 2 smokestacks let out black smoke. The ship's deck shook from the engines. Moved by its strong propeller, our ship went straight for the animal. The animal did not seem worried. It let us get close, about 100 meters. Then, without diving, it sped up a little and kept its distance. This chase went on for about 45 minutes. The ship did not get even 2 fathoms closer to the animal. At this speed, it was clear we would never catch it. Captain Farragut was angry. He kept twisting the hair under his chin. "Ned Land!" he called. Ned came at once. "Well, Mr. Land," the captain asked, "do you still think we should put the small boats in the water?" "No, sir," Ned Land replied, "because that beast will not be caught if it doesn't want to be." "Then what should we do?" "Make more steam, sir, if you can. As for me, with your permission, I will go to the front of the ship, under the bowsprit. If we can get close enough, 1 harpoon length, I will harpoon the beast." "Go, Ned," Captain Farragut replied. "Engineer," he called, "keep making more steam." Ned Land went to his spot. More coal was added to the fires. Fans blew a lot of air onto the hot coals. The ship's speed increased. Its masts shook, and smoke barely fit through the thin smokestacks. We measured our speed again. "Well, helmsman?" Captain Farragut asked. 19.3 miles per hour, sir." "Keep adding coal." The engineer did. The steam gauge showed 10 atmospheres, but the animal itself must have also warmed up, because it also went 19.3 miles per hour without any trouble. What a chase! I cannot describe how excited I was. Ned Land stayed at his post, harpoon in hand. Several times the animal let us get close. "We're catching it!" the Canadian would shout. Then, just as he was about to strike, the animal would quickly move away. I guessed it was going at least 30 miles per hour. And even at our fastest speed, it went in a full circle around us, as if making fun of our ship. A roar of anger came from everyone. By noon, we were no closer than we were at 8 in the morning. Captain Farragut then decided to try something else. "Bah!" he said. "So that animal is faster than our ship. All right, We'll see if it can outrun our special shells. Mate, get the gun ready at the front of the ship." Our front cannon was quickly loaded and aimed. The gunner fired, but his shell went a few feet above the animal, which stayed about half a mile away. "Someone with better aim," the captain shouted, "and $500 to the man who can hit that terrible beast." A calm old gunner with a gray beard, I can still see him today, came to the cannon. He set it up and aimed for a long time. There was a loud explosion and the crew cheered. The shell hit its target. It hit the animal, but not in the usual way. It bounced off the animal's round surface and went into the sea 2 miles away. "Oh no," said the old gunner, angry. "That animal must be covered with 6-inch thick armor." "Curse the beast!" Captain Farragut shouted. The hunt continued. Captain Farragut leaned over to me and said, "I will chase that animal until my ship explodes." "Yes," I replied, "and no one would blame you." We still hoped the animal would get tired. We hoped it was not as strong as our steam engines. But we were wrong. Hour after hour went by, and it showed no signs of tiredness. However, our ship kept going with great effort. I think we went at least 500 kilometers on this bad day of November 6th. But night came and made the ocean dark. I thought our trip was over then. I thought we would never see this amazing animal again. I was wrong. At 10:50 in the evening, the electric light came back. It was 3 miles away from the ship, just as clear and bright as the night before. The narwhal seemed to be still. Maybe it was sleeping, tired from its day, just floating with the waves. This was our chance, and Captain Farragut decided to use it well. He gave his orders. Our ship went at half speed, moving carefully so it would not wake the animal. In the middle of the ocean, it's common to find whales so deeply asleep that they can be attacked. Ned Land had harpooned many whales while they slept. The Canadian went back to his spot at the front of the ship. The ship got close without making a sound. It stopped about 400 meters from the animal and moved slowly. No one on board made a sound. It was very quiet on the deck. We were less than 100 feet from the very bright light, which got stronger and hurt our eyes. Just then, leaning over the front railing, I saw Ned Land below me. One hand held a rope, the other held his terrible harpoon. Only about 20 feet separated him from the still animal. Suddenly, his arm moved forward, and the harpoon was thrown. I heard the weapon hit something with a loud sound, as if it hit something very hard. The electric light suddenly went out. 2 huge streams of water crashed onto the ship's deck. They rushed like a river from one end of the ship to the other. Sailors fell, and extra masts and poles broke. There was a terrible crash. I was thrown over the railing and into the sea. I could not grab anything. Chapter 7. A Whale of Unknown Species. I was surprised when I went down, but I remember how I felt. First, I went down about 20 feet. I can swim well. I did not panic. I kicked my feet strongly 2 times. Then I went back to the top of the water. I wanted to find the big ship first. Did the people on the ship see me fall? Was the ship turning around? Would the captain send a small boat to find me? Could I be saved? It was very dark. I saw a dark shape going east. Its lights were getting fainter. It was the ship. I thought I would die. "Help! Help!" I shouted. I swam hard towards the ship. My clothes were heavy. They stuck to me. I could not move well. I was going down. I could not breathe. "Help!" This was my last shout. Water filled my mouth. I tried not to go under the water. Then, strong hands grabbed my clothes. I felt myself pulled up to the top of the water quickly. I heard words in my ear. "If you lean on my shoulder, you can swim more easily." I grabbed the arm of my helper, Conseil. "You," I said. "You." "Yes," Conseil said, "and I am here for you." "Did you fall into the water with me?" "Number. But I work for you, so I followed you." He thought this was normal. "What about the ship?" I asked. "The ship?" Conseil said. He rolled onto his back. "I think you should not count on it much." "What are you saying?" "I am saying that when I jumped in, I heard the men steering shout, 'Our propeller and rudder are broken.'" "Broken?" "Yes, broken by the monster's tooth. I think this is the only damage to the ship. But for us, it means the ship cannot steer. Then we will die." "Maybe," Conseil said calmly. "But we still have some hours. In some hours, we can do many things." Conseil was very calm. This made me feel better. I swam harder, but my clothes were heavy like lead. It was very hard to swim. Conseil saw this. "Let me cut your clothes," he said. He put an open knife under my clothes. He cut them from top to bottom quickly. Then he took off my clothes fast while I swam for both of us. I did the same for Conseil. We swam side by side, but we were still in a bad situation. Maybe they did not see us fall. Even if they did, the ship could not come back for us because its rudder was broken, so we could only hope for its small boats. Conseil thought about this calmly. He made plans. This boy was amazing. In the middle of the ocean, he seemed okay. So, we thought our only chance was to be picked up by the ship's small boats. We needed to wait for them as long as possible. So, I decided to save our energy. One of us would lie on his back. He would not move, with arms crossed and legs out. The other would swim and pull his partner. This pulling would be for only 10 minutes. By changing like this, we could stay up for hours, maybe until morning. It was a small chance, but people always have hope. Also, there were two of us. And I can say, even if it sounds strange, that I could not give up hope, even if I wanted to. The large sea animal hit our ship around 11 at night. So, I thought we would swim for 8 hours until the sun came up. It was hard work, but we could do it by changing turns. The sea was calm and did not make us too tired. Sometimes I tried to see through the dark. Only the bright light from our movements broke the darkness. I looked at the bright water moving over my hands. It looked like we were in a pool of liquid silver. Around 1 in the morning, I was very tired. My arms and legs felt stiff from strong cramps. Conseil had to keep me moving. Saving ourselves became his only job. Soon I heard the poor boy breathing hard. His breathing was fast and shallow. I did not think he could keep going much longer. "Go on! Go on!" I told him. "Leave you?" he said. "Never! I will drown before you do." Just then, the moon appeared from behind a large cloud moving east. The top of the sea shone under its light. That kind light gave us strength again. I lifted my head. My eyes looked everywhere. I saw the ship. It was 5 miles from us. It was a dark, hard-to-see shape. But there were no small boats. I tried to shout. What was the point at such a distance? My swollen lips would not let out any sound. Conseil could still say a few words. I heard him repeat sometimes, "Help! Help!" We stopped moving for a moment. We listened. It might have been a ringing in my ear, from my ear filling with blood. But it seemed to me that Conseil's shout had an answer. "Did you hear that?" I mumbled. "Yes, yes!" And Conseil shouted another desperate plea into the air. This time there was no mistake. A human voice had answered us. Was it the voice of someone else left in the middle of the ocean? Another person hurt by our ship's crash? Or was it one of the ship's small boats calling to us from the dark? Conseil made a last effort. He put his hands on my shoulders. I pushed back with all my strength. He raised himself half out of the water. Then he fell back, tired. "What did you see?" "I saw," he mumbled. "I saw. But we must not talk. Save our strength." What had he seen? Then, I do not know why, the idea of the monster came into my head for the first time. But even so, that voice? The time when people could hide in whales is gone. Still, Conseil kept pulling me. Sometimes he looked up, stared straight ahead, and shouted for directions. A voice answered him, getting closer and closer. I could barely hear it. I was very tired. My fingers gave out. My hands did not help me. My mouth opened, filling with salt water. The coldness went through me. I raised my head one last time, then I collapsed. Just then, something hard hit me. I held on to it. Then I felt myself pulled up to the top of the water. My chest hurt. I fainted. I woke up quickly. Someone was rubbing me very hard. I opened my eyes a little. "Conseil," I mumbled. "Did you call me?" Conseil said. Just then, in the last light of the moon setting, I saw a face that was not Conseil's. But I knew it right away. "Ned," I shouted. "It is me, sir, and I am still looking for my prize," the Canadian said. "Were you thrown into the water after the ship hit something?" "Yes, Professor, but I was luckier than you. I was able to stand on this floating island right away." "Island? Or on our giant whale?" "Explain yourself, Ned." "I soon learned why my harpoon broke and could not go through its skin." "Why, Ned? Why?" "Because, Professor, this animal is made of steel plates." Here in my story, I need to calm down. I need to remember exactly what happened. And I need to be very sure of everything I write. The Canadian's last words shocked me. I quickly climbed onto the top of this half-submerged animal or object that was helping us. I tested it with my foot. It was clearly a hard, solid thing. It was not the soft material that large sea animals have. But this hard material could have been a hard shell, like those on some old animals. I might have thought it was like a turtle or alligator. But no. The dark back I was on was smooth and shiny. There were no scales. When I hit it, it made a metal sound. And as strange as it sounds, I swear, it seemed to be made of metal plates joined together. There was no doubt. This animal, this monster, this natural thing that had confused all scientists, that had made sailors in both parts of the world confused, was, for sure, an even more amazing thing. A thing made by people. Even if I had found out that a magical creature from old stories was real, it would not have shocked me so much. It is easy to believe that great things can come from God. But to find, suddenly, right in front of your eyes, that the impossible was secretly made by a person, this makes your mind confused. But now there was no question. We were on the back of some kind of underwater boat. From what I could tell, it looked like a huge steel fish. Ned Land was sure about this. Conseil and I could only agree with him. "But then," I said, "does this thing have an engine and people to run it?" "It seems so," the harpooner said. "But for the 3 hours I have been on this floating island, it has not shown any sign of life." "This boat has not moved at all?" "No, Professor Aronnax. It just moves with the waves, but it has not moved by itself. But we know it can go very fast. So since it needs an engine to go fast, and someone to run that engine, I think, we are saved." Ned Land said. He did not sound sure. Just then, as if to agree with me, bubbles started behind this strange underwater boat. Its engine was clearly a propeller, and the boat started to move. We barely had time to hold on to its top, which was about 80 centimeters above the water. Luckily, it did not go too fast. "As long as it stays on top of the water," Ned Land mumbled, "I am okay. But if it wants to go under, I would not bet $2 on my life." The Canadian might have said a much lower price, so it was important to talk to the people inside this machine. I looked on its surface for an opening or a door, a manhole, as it is called. But the lines of metal fasteners were fixed tightly into the metal sheets and were straight and even. Also, the moon then went away and left us in deep darkness. We had to wait for daylight to find a way to get inside this underwater boat. So our safety was completely in the hands of the secret people steering this underwater boat. If it went under, we would die. But if it did not go under, I believed we could talk to them. In fact, if they did not make their own air, they would have to come to the top of the ocean sometimes to get more air. So there must be an opening that connects the inside of the boat to the air. As for hoping to be saved by the captain, we had to give up on that completely. We were moving west. I think our somewhat slow speed was 12 miles per hour. The propeller moved the water evenly. Sometimes it came out of the water and threw bright spray high into the air. Around 4 in the morning, the underwater boat went faster. We could barely handle this fast speed. The waves hit us hard. Luckily, Ned's hands found a large ring used for tying boats, fixed to the top of this metal back. We all held on very tightly. Finally, this long night ended. I cannot remember everything I felt. Only one thing comes back to me. Many times when the wind and sea were calm, I thought I heard soft sounds, a kind of hard-to-catch music from far away. What was the secret behind this underwater movement, which everyone in the world had tried to understand? What people lived inside this strange boat? What power allowed it to move so incredibly fast? Daylight appeared. The morning mist was around us, but it soon cleared. I was about to look closely at the body of the boat, whose top was like a flat platform. Then I felt it going down, little by little. "Oh no!" Ned Land shouted. He stamped his foot on the loud metal. "Open up, you unfriendly sailors!" But it was hard to be heard over the very loud sound of the propeller. Luckily, this sinking movement stopped. From inside the boat, there were sudden sounds of metal fastenings being pushed roughly aside. One of the steel plates flew open. A man appeared, gave a strange shout, and quickly disappeared. A few moments later, 8 strong men appeared quietly. Their faces were like masks. They pulled us down into their scary machine. Chapter 8. Mobilis in Mobili. We were caught very quickly. My friends and I had no time to think. I felt very cold. Who were these people? They were like new pirates of the sea. The door closed. It was very dark. My eyes could not see. My feet touched the steps of a metal ladder. Ned Land and Conseil were behind me. A door opened below and closed loudly. We were alone. Where? I did not know. It was very, very dark. My eyes could not see anything, not even a little light. Ned Land was very angry. "Bad people," he said. "They are not kind, like people from New Caledonia. Maybe they eat people, but they will not eat me without a fight." "Be calm, Ned," Conseil said. "Do not be angry so fast. We are not in a cooking pot yet." "Not in a pot," Ned said, "but in a dark oven. My knife is with me. I can see well enough to use it. The first person who touches me—" "Do not be angry, Ned," I said to him. "Do not cause problems. Maybe they are listening. Let's try to find where we are." I moved carefully in the dark. After 5 steps, I touched a metal wall. I turned and hit a wooden table with chairs. The floor was covered with soft mats, so steps made no sound. The walls had no doors or windows. Conseil walked around the other way. We met in the middle of the room. It was about 20 feet long and 10 feet wide. Ned could not touch the top of the room. After 30 minutes, our room suddenly became very bright. It filled with a strong light. At first, I could not look at it. I knew it was electric light, like a bright light under the water. I closed my eyes, then opened them. The light came from a round light on the ceiling. "Finally! It is light enough to see," Ned Land said, holding his knife. "Yes," I said, "but we still do not know our situation." "Master must be patient," Conseil said. I could now see everything in the room. There was only a table and 5 chairs. The door was closed very well. No sound came from outside. Everything was quiet. Was the boat moving? Was it on the water? Or under the water? I did not know. The light was on for a good reason. I hoped some people would come soon. They would not light up a prison if they wanted to forget us. I was right. I heard sounds. A door opened. 2 men came in. One man was short and strong. He had big shoulders and strong arms. His head was short. His hair was black and thick. He had a big mustache and bright eyes. He seemed like a lively man from the south of France. You could see his personality in his movements, but I could not understand him. He spoke a strange language. The second man was taller. You could see his personality in his face. He seemed sure of himself. His head was held high, and his black eyes looked strong. He was calm. His skin was pale. He had energy seen in his forehead. He was brave, with deep breaths. I felt safe with him. This was a good sign for our meeting. I did not know if he was 35 or 50 years old. He was tall, with a wide forehead, a straight nose, and a clear mouth. His teeth were beautiful, his hands thin and fine. His hands seemed to show a strong mind. This man was the most amazing person I had ever seen. His eyes were far apart and could see very wide. This was even better than Ned Land's sight. When he looked at something, his eyebrows went down. He could see far away things. He could see into your heart. He could see through the water. These 2 men wore hats made of otter fur and boots made of seal skin. Their clothes were made of a special fabric that fit them well and allowed them to move freely. The taller man, who seemed to be the leader, looked at us carefully. He did not say a word. Then he spoke to the other man in a language I did not know. It sounded soft and nice. The other man shook his head and said 2 or 3 words I did not understand. Then he looked at me with a long stare, as if asking a question. I told him in clear French that I did not know his language, but he did not seem to understand me. It was strange. "Master should tell our story," Conseil said to me. "Maybe they will understand some words." I tried again. I told our story, speaking every word clearly. I did not miss any detail. I said our names and jobs. I introduced Professor Aronnax, his helper Conseil, and Mr. Ned Land, the harpooner. The man with calm eyes listened carefully and politely, but his face did not show that he understood. When I finished, he said nothing. We could still try English. Maybe they knew this common language, but I only knew enough English and German to read, not to speak well. But now, we needed to be understood. "Your turn," I told Ned. "Mr. Land, speak the best English you know. Try to get a better result than me." Ned did not need to be asked twice. He started our story again. I understood most of it. The story was the same, but Ned was very lively. He was angry about being held captive. He asked why they held us. He threatened them. He shouted and waved his arms. Finally, he showed with his hands that we were very hungry. This was true, but we had almost forgotten. Ned was not understood, just like me. Our visitors did not show any reaction. They seemed to be engineers who did not know French or English. I was very confused. I had tried all my languages. I did not know what to do. Then Conseil said to me, "If Master allows, I will tell everything in German." "What? You know German?" I asked. "Yes, like most people from Flanders, begging Master's pardon." "No, I respect you for it. Go on, my boy." And Conseil, in his calm voice, told our story a 3rd time. But even with his good accent and words, German did not work. Finally, I tried my last idea. I used what I remembered from my old school days. I tried to tell our story in Latin. Cicero would have been shocked, but I did it. It also did not work. After this last try, the 2 men spoke a few words in their strange language. Then they left. They did not even give us a kind look. The door closed again. "This is crazy!" Ned Land shouted, angry again. "We speak French, English, German, and Latin to these bad men, and they do not even answer." "Be calm, Ned," I told him. "Anger will not help." "But Professor," Ned said, "do you not see that we could die of hunger in this metal cage?" "Oh," Conseil said, calm. "We can wait for a long time." "My friends," I said, "we must not lose hope. We have been in worse places. Please wait a little before you think bad things about the leader and people on this boat." "My mind is made up," Ned Land said. "They are bad." "Oh, good." "And from what country?" "Bad Land." "My brave Ned, that country is not on maps yet. But I agree, their country is hard to guess. Not English, French, or German, that is all we know. But I think the leader and his helper were born in hot places. They must have southern blood. But are they Spanish, Turkish, Arab, or Indian? I cannot tell from their faces, and their speech is very strange." "That is the problem with not knowing all languages," Conseil said, "or the problem with not having one language for everyone." "That would not help," Ned Land said. "Do you not see? These people have their own language. They made it to make good people sad when they ask for food. Why, everywhere in the world, when you open your mouth, chew, and make sounds with your lips and teeth, is that not the clearest message? From Quebec to the Tuamotu Islands, from Paris to the other side of the world, does it not mean, 'I am hungry, give me something to eat'?" "Oh," Conseil said, "some people are not very smart." As he spoke, the door opened. A man came in. He brought us clothes, jackets, and sailor's pants, made of a fabric I did not know. I quickly changed, and my friends did too. The quiet man, maybe he could not hear or speak, set the table. He put out 3 places. "Something serious is happening," Conseil said, "and it is good." "Oh," Ned said, still angry. "What do you think they eat here? Turtle liver, shark meat, dogfish steaks?" "We will soon find out," Conseil said. There were many dishes on the table, covered with silver lids. We sat down to eat. These were surely polite people. If it were not for the electric light, I would think we were in a fancy hotel dining room. But I must say, there was no bread or wine. The water was fresh and clear, but it was just water. Ned Land did not like that. Among the foods, I could see different kinds of fish, but I did not know what some other good dishes were. I could not tell if they were plants or animals. The plates and forks were nice. Each fork, spoon, knife, and plate had a letter with a Latin saying on the back, "Mobilis in mobili en, moving in the moving." This was a very good saying for this underwater boat. The letter N was surely the first letter of the leader's name. Ned and Conseil did not think about these things. They ate very fast, and I did too. Now I felt better about our future. It was clear that our hosts would not let us die of hunger. But all things end, even hunger after 15 hours without food. We were full and very sleepy. This was normal after the long night of fighting. "Oh, I will sleep well," Conseil said. "Me too," Ned Land said. My 2 friends lay down on the floor and quickly fell asleep. I did not fall asleep so fast. I had too many thoughts and questions. Too many pictures were in my mind. Where were we? What strange power was moving us? I felt, or thought I felt, the boat going deeper into the sea. I had bad dreams. I saw many strange animals in the sea. This underwater boat seemed like one of them, alive and scary. Then my mind became calm, and I slowly fell into a restless sleep. Chapter 9. The Tantrums of Ned Land. I do not know how long I slept, but it was a long time. I was not tired anymore. I woke up first. My friends were still sleeping. They lay like things that do not move. I got up from my bed. My mind was clear. I felt ready. So I looked around our room carefully. Nothing in the room had changed. It was still a prison, and we were still prisoners. but the worker had taken away the food table while we slept. So, there was no sign that things would get better for us. I wondered if we would stay in this room forever. This idea made me sadder because I could not breathe well. The air was heavy. It was hard to get enough air for my lungs. Our room was big, but we had used up most of the air in it. One person uses all the air in 100 liters in about an hour. Then, the air has a lot of bad gas and is not good to breathe. So, we needed fresh air in our prison. And in this whole boat under the water, too. A question came to my mind. How did the leader of this boat get air? Did he use chemicals to make air? Like heating a special salt to get oxygen and taking away the bad gas with another chemical? If so, he would need to get these things from land. Or did he just keep air in big tanks and let it out when needed? Maybe. Or perhaps he just went to the top of the water to get air, like a whale. He would do this every day. No matter how he did it, I thought he should do it soon. I was already breathing fast to get the little air in the room. Then I felt fresh air, smelling like the sea. It was like a wind from the ocean, full of life. I opened my mouth and breathed in the fresh air. At the same time, I felt the boat move a little, rocking gently. This boat, this metal monster, had gone to the top of the ocean. It was breathing like a whale. So, the boat could now get air. When I had enough fresh air, I looked for how the air came in. I found it. Above the door, there was an opening. Fresh air came in there, making our room's air fresh again. I was thinking about these things when Ned and Conseil woke up. The fresh air woke them. They rubbed their eyes, stretched, and stood up. "Did you sleep well, master?" Conseil asked me politely. "Very well, my good friend," I said. "And you, Ned Land?" "Like a log, Professor. But I think I'm breathing sea air." A sailor would know this. I told Ned what happened when he was sleeping. "Good," he said. "That explains the loud noise we heard. It was when our whale was near the other ship." "Exactly, Mr. Land. It was getting air." "But I don't know what time it is, Professor Aronnax. Is it dinner time?" "Dinner time, my good harpooner?" "I think it's at least breakfast time. We have certainly woken up to a new day." "That means," Conseil said, "that we have slept for 24 hours. "That is what I think," I said. "I won't argue with you," Ned Land answered. "But dinner or breakfast, I will be happy when the worker brings food." "Both dinner and breakfast," Conseil said. "Well said," Ned replied. "We deserve 2 meals, and for me, I will eat both." "All right, Ned, let's wait and see," I said. "It is clear that these people do not want us to die of hunger. Otherwise, dinner last night would not make sense." "Unless they are making us fat," Ned quickly said. "I disagree," I said. "We have not met people who eat other people." "Just because they don't do it often," Ned said seriously, "doesn't mean they don't do it sometimes. Who knows? Maybe these people have not had fresh meat for a long time, and in that case, 3 healthy, strong people like the professor, his helper, and me." "Stop thinking those thoughts, Mr. Land," I told the harpooner. "And do not let them make you angry at our hosts. That would make our situation worse." "Anyway," the harpooner said, "I am very hungry, and no food has come." "Mr. Land," I said, "we have to follow the boat's schedule. I think our stomachs are ready before the cook is." "Well then, we will make our stomachs wait for the cook's time," Conseil said calmly. "There you go again, Conseil, my friend," the impatient Ned quickly said. "You never get angry or nervous. You are always calm. You would say thanks after a meal even if you got no food before it, and you would starve rather than complain." "What good would complaining do?" Conseil asked. "Complaining does not have to do good. It just feels good. And if these bad people, I say bad people to be nice to the professor, since he doesn't want us to call them people eaters, if these bad people think they can keep me quiet in this room without me saying bad words, they are wrong. Look, Professor Aronnax, tell me truly, how long do you think they will keep us in this metal box? To tell the truth, friend Land, I know little more than you do. But in short, what do you think is happening? I think that by chance, we know an important secret. If the people on this boat want to keep that secret, and if the secret is more important than our lives, then I believe we are in danger. If not, then the boat that took us will return us to our world at the first chance. Unless they make us join their crew, Conseil said, and keep us here. Until, Ned Land answered, another ship that is faster or smarter than the other ship catches this place of bad people. Then they will hang all of us from the ship's mast. Well thought out, Mr. Land, I said. But so far, they have not asked us to join them. So, there is no need to argue about what we should do. I repeat, let's wait. Let's let things happen. And let's do nothing, because right now, we can do nothing. On the contrary, Professor, the harpooner replied, not wanting to give up. There is something we can do. Oh? And what, Mr. Land? Break out of here. Breaking out of a prison on land is hard, but an underwater prison, that seems impossible to me. Come on, Ned, my friend, Conseil asked. How would you answer Master's problem? I do not believe an American gives up easily. Ned was clearly confused and said nothing. We could not escape in our situation. But a Canadian's mind is part French. Ned Land showed this in his answer. So, Professor Aronnax, he said after thinking, you have not figured out what people do when they cannot escape from prison? No, my friend. Easy. They make sure they stay there. Of course, Conseil added. Since we are deep in the ocean, being inside this boat is much better than being above it or below it. But we fix things by getting rid of all the guards and jailers, Ned Land added. What is this, Ned? I asked. Would you really think about taking over this boat? Very seriously, the Canadian replied. It is impossible. And why is that, sir? A good chance might come. And I do not see what could stop us. If there are only about 20 men on this machine, I do not think they can stop 2 Frenchmen and a Canadian. It seemed smarter to agree with the harpooner than to argue. So, I just said, let such things happen, Mr. Land, and we will see. But until then, please control your anger. We need to be smart. Your anger will not create any good chances, so swear to me that you will accept our situation without getting mad about it. I promise you, Professor, Ned Land replied, not happily. No strong words will come from my mouth. No bad actions will show my feelings, not even when they do not feed us on time. I have your word, Ned, I told the Canadian. Then our talk stopped. Each of us thought to himself. For my part, even with the harpooner's hopeful talk, I admit I had no hope. I did not believe in those good chances Ned Land talked about. To work so well, this boat under the water must have many people. So, if we fought, we would face too many people. Also, before we could do anything, we had to be free, and we were certainly not free. I did not see any way out of this closed metal room. And if the strange leader of this boat had a secret, which seemed true, he would never let us move freely on his boat. Now, would he use force to get rid of us? Or would he leave us one day on a far-off coast? That was the unknown. All these ideas seemed very real to me. And to hope for freedom by fighting, you had to be a harpooner. I also saw that Ned Land's thinking was making him angrier by the minute. Slowly, I heard those bad words coming from deep in his throat, and I saw his movements become angry again. He stood up, walking in circles like a wild animal in a cage. He hit the walls with his foot and fist. Meanwhile, hours passed. We were very hungry, and this time, the worker did not come. This meant they had forgotten us for too long if they had good plans for us. Ned Land was more and more angry because his stomach was rumbling. Despite his promise, I was really afraid he would explode when he saw one of the men on the boat. For 2 more hours, Ned Land's anger grew. The Canadian shouted and begged, but it did not help. The metal walls were deaf. I did not hear any sound inside this silent boat. The boat had not moved, because I would have felt it shaking from the engine. It had surely gone deep into the water and was no longer part of the outside world. All this sad silence was scary. As for our being forgotten, our being alone in this room, I was afraid to guess how long it would last. Slowly, the hopes I had after talking to the boat's leader disappeared. His kind look, his generous face, his noble way of being, all left my memory. I saw this strange person again for what he must be, cruel and without mercy. I saw him as someone outside of human feelings, beyond kindness, a strong enemy of other people, whom he must have hated forever. But even so, was the man going to let us die of hunger, locked in this small prison, facing those terrible desires that extreme hunger brings? This dark idea became very strong in my mind. My imagination made me feel an unthinking fear. Conseil stayed calm. Ned Land yelled. Just then, a noise was heard outside. Footsteps sounded on the metal floor. The locks turned, the door opened, the worker appeared. Before I could stop him, the Canadian rushed at the poor man. He threw him down and held him by the throat. The worker was choking in Ned's strong hands. Conseil was already trying to pull Ned's hands from the man who could hardly breathe, and I had gone to help when I suddenly stopped. These words were said in French. "Calm down, Mr. Land, and you, Professor, please listen to me." Chapter 10. The Man of the Waters. The ship's captain spoke. Ned Land quickly stood up. The steward left. He was very angry but did not show it. We waited quietly. Conseil seemed interested, and I was shocked. The captain stood and looked at us. He was quiet for a moment. He then spoke in a clear voice. "Gentlemen," he said, "I speak many languages. I could have talked to you before, but first I wanted to know you. You are Professor Pierre Aronnax, a science expert from Paris. You have a helper, Conseil, and Ned Land, a harpooner from a ship called the Abraham Lincoln." I nodded. The captain did not ask me anything, so I did not need to answer. He spoke well and clearly, but I felt he was not from my country. He continued, "Sir, I waited to talk to you. After I knew who you were, I needed to think. You are here because of strange events. Your coming has changed my life." "It was not on purpose," I said. "Not on purpose?" he asked, a little louder. "Did the Abraham Lincoln chase me on purpose? Did you join that ship on purpose? Did your ship's guns hit my ship on purpose? Did Mr. Ned Land hit me with his harpoon on purpose?" I felt he was angry. I answered him, "Sir, you do not know about the talks in Europe and America about you. You do not know that your underwater machine caused problems. People in both places were angry. We thought we were hunting a big sea monster, and we had to stop it." The captain smiled a little. Then he spoke calmly. "Professor Aronnax, do you think your ship would not have chased an underwater boat like it chased a monster?" I did not know what to say. Commander Farragut would have chased it. He would have wanted to destroy it. "So, you see, sir," the captain said, "I can treat you as my enemy." I was quiet. There was no point in talking. He was stronger than us. "It took me a long time to decide," the captain said. "I did not have to let you stay. I could leave you on the ships outside. I could go under the sea and forget you. Is that not my right?" "Maybe for a wild person," I said, "but not for a civilized man." "Professor," the captain quickly replied, "I am not what you call civilized. I left people for reasons only I know, so I do not follow their rules. Do not talk about them to me." He spoke clearly. He looked angry. I thought about his past. He did not follow human laws. He was free. Who could chase him under the sea? No ship could stop his boat. No one could judge him but God, if he believed, and his own thoughts. I thought these things while he was quiet. I looked at him with fear and wonder. After a long, quiet time, the captain spoke again. "So, I thought hard," he said. "But I decided that I could help you. Since you are here, you will stay on my ship. You will be free here. But you must agree to one thing. Your promise is enough." "Tell me, sir," I said. "Is it something an honest man can agree to?" "Yes, sir. Just this. Sometimes I may need to keep you in your rooms for a few hours or days. I do not want to use force. So, in such times, you must obey without question. This way, you will not be involved in what you are not meant to see. Do you agree?" This meant strange things would happen on the ship, things that people outside of society would not see. "We agree," I replied. "But may I ask you one question?" "Yes, sir." "You said we would be free on your ship?" "Completely." "What do you mean by free?" "You can come and go, see and watch everything here, except at certain times. It is the freedom my men and I have." We did not understand each other. "Excuse me, sir," I said, "but that is like a prisoner's freedom to walk in his cell. That is not enough for us." "But it will have to be enough." "What? We must never see our home, friends, and family again?" "Yes, sir. But leaving that life may be less hard than you think." "No!" Ned Land shouted. "I will never promise not to try to leave." "I did not ask for that promise, Mr. Land," the captain said coldly. "Sir," I said, getting angry, "you are unfair. This is cruel." "No, sir, it is kind. You are my prisoners of war. I saved you when I could have sent you back to the sea. You attacked me. You found a secret no living man can know, my whole life's secret. Do you think I will send you back to a world that must know nothing about me? Never. I keep you here for my own good." His words showed he would not change his mind. "Then, sir," I said, "you give us a choice between life and death?" "Simply that." "My friends," I said, "our answer is clear. But we do not make any special promises to this captain." "None, sir," the captain replied. Then, more gently, he said, "Now, let me finish. I know about you, Professor Aronnax. You, and maybe your friends, will not be too sad about being here. In my books, I have your work on the deep ocean. I have studied it. You know much, but you have not seen everything. You will not regret your time here. You will see amazing things. You will often be surprised. You will not get tired of what you see. I will travel under the sea again, maybe for the last time. I will see everything I have studied, and you can learn with me. From today, you will be in a new world. You will see what no one has seen before, except my men and me. You will learn the Earth's deepest secrets. I cannot say no." The captain's words greatly affected me. He found my weakness. I forgot that even this great experience was not worth losing my freedom. I hoped the future would fix this. So I only said, "Sir, even though you have left people, I see you still have human feelings. You helped us when we were lost. We will never forget that. For me, science might be more important than freedom. I hope our meeting will bring great rewards." I thought the captain would shake my hand. He did not. I felt sad. "One last question," I said, as he seemed ready to leave. "Ask it, Professor." "What is your name?" "Sir," the captain replied, "to you, I am Captain Nemo. To me, you and your friends are simply guests on the Nautilus." Captain Nemo called out. A servant came. The captain told him something in a strange language. Then, to Ned Land and Conseil, "Food is waiting in your room," he told them. "Please follow this man." "I cannot say no to that," Ned Land said. After more than 30 hours, he and Conseil were finally out of their room. "And now, Professor Aronnax, our breakfast is ready. Please follow me." "I will, Captain." I followed Captain Nemo. We went down a bright hallway. After about 10 meters, another door opened. I entered a dining room. It was simple, but nice. Tall wooden cupboards were at each end. On them were beautiful dishes and glass. Silverware shone under the lights from the ceiling. In the middle of the room was a table with much food. Captain Nemo showed me where to sit. "Sit," he told me, "and eat like the hungry man you must be." Our breakfast had many dishes, all from the sea. Some foods I did not know. They were good, but had a new taste. They seemed to have a lot of phosphorus. I thought they were all from the sea. Captain Nemo looked at me. I had not asked, but he knew what I was thinking. He answered my unspoken questions. "Most of these foods are new to you," he told me, "but you can eat them. They are good for you. I stopped eating land foods long ago, and I am fine. My crew is strong, and they eat what I eat." "So," I said, "all these foods are from the sea?" "Yes, Professor. The sea gives me everything I need. Sometimes I catch fish. Sometimes I hunt animals in my underwater forests. Like the herds of old stories, my animals eat without fear in the sea's wide fields. I have large farms that I harvest myself." I looked at Captain Nemo with surprise. I said, "Sir, I understand how you get fish. I understand less how you hunt animals in underwater forests. But how do you get red meat? I do not understand that." "I do not either, sir," Captain Nemo answered. "I never eat land animals." "But this," I said, pointing to some slices of food. "What you think is red meat, Professor, is sea turtle. And this looks like pork, but it is dolphin liver. My cook is good at preparing these foods from the ocean. Feel free to try them all. These are sea cucumber preserves. Here is cream from sea animals and sugar from big sea plants. And finally, some jam from sea flowers, as good as fruit." I tried the foods, more out of curiosity than hunger. Captain Nemo told me amazing stories. "But this sea, Professor Aronnax," he told me, "this wonderful sea not only feeds me, it also dresses me. Your clothes are made from sea threads. They were colored with purple from sea snails. The perfumes in your room are from sea plants. Your bed is made of soft seagrass. Your pen is from whalebone, and your ink is from squid. Everything comes from the sea, and everything will return to it." "You love the sea, Captain." "Yes, I love it. The sea is everything. It covers most of the earth. Its air is clean. It is a large, wild place where a man is never alone because he feels life everywhere. The sea is a way of life. It is movement and love. It is endless life, as one of your poets said. And here, Professor, nature shows all its parts: rock, plant, and animal. The animals are many: sea creatures, insects, shellfish, and many fish, over 13,000 kinds, and only a few live in fresh water. The sea is a big pool of nature. Our world started with the sea, and who knows, maybe it will end with it. Here is great peace. The sea does not belong to rulers. On its surface, they can fight and hurt each other, but 30 feet under the water, their power stops. Ah, sir, live in the heart of the seas. Only here is freedom. Here I have no masters. Here I am free." Captain Nemo suddenly stopped speaking. Had he said too much? He walked around, shaking a little. Then he calmed down, and his face became calm again. He turned to me. "Now, Professor," he said, "if you want to see the Nautilus, I will show you." Chapter 11. The Nautilus. Captain Nemo stood up and I followed him. We went into a room behind the dining room. This room was as big as the one we just left. It was a library. There were tall, dark wood bookshelves with metal designs. They held many books that looked the same. The shelves went around the room. Under them were big, comfortable chairs made of red leather. There were also small, movable tables for reading. In the middle of the room was a large table with papers and old newspapers. Bright electric lights from the ceiling lit up the whole room. I was very surprised by how well the room was made. I could not believe what I saw. I told Captain Nemo, "This library is very nice. Many big palaces do not have such a good one. It is amazing that it can go with you deep in the sea." Captain Nemo was resting on a chair. Captain Nemo answered, "Where can one find more quiet, Professor? Was your study at the museum as peaceful?" "No, sir," I said. "Mine is very simple next to yours. You have 6,000 or 7,000 books here. I have 12,000 books. Professor Aronnax. They are my only connection to land. But I left land when my Nautilus first went under the water. That day, I bought my last books and newspapers. Since then, I believe people on land no longer think or write. But Professor, you can use these books freely." I thanked Captain Nemo and went to the bookshelves. There were many books in every language, about science, good behavior, and stories. But I did not see any books about money. They seemed not allowed on the ship. It was strange that all the books were mixed up, no matter the language. This showed that the captain of the Nautilus could read any book he picked up easily. Among the books, I saw famous works from old and new times. These were the best books in history, poems, stories, and science. They were from Homer to Victor Hugo, and from many other great writers. But science books were most important in this library. Books about machines, how things move, water, weather, land, and more were very important. They were as important as books about nature. I realized these were the captain's main books. I saw all the books by Humboldt and Arago. I also saw books by many other scientists. There were also books from science groups and geography groups. In a special place were 2 books about the deep ocean. Maybe these books made Captain Nemo nice to me. One book by Joseph Bertrand, about the start of astronomy, gave me a date. I knew it came out in 1865, so I knew the Nautilus was not built before then. This meant Captain Nemo started living underwater at most 3 years ago. I hope to find newer books to know the exact date. But I had a lot of time to look. I wanted to see more of the Nautilus. "Sir," I told the captain, "thank you for letting me use this library. There are many science books here, and I will use them." "This room is not only a library," Captain Nemo said. "It is also a smoking room." "A smoking room?" I said. "Can one smoke on board?" "Yes, you can." "Then, sir," I said, "I must think you still get things from Havana." "Not at all," the captain replied. "Try this cigar, Professor Aronnax. It is not from Havana, but if you like cigars, you will like it." I took the cigar. It looked like cigars from Cuba, but it seemed to be made of gold. I lit it with a small heater on a nice metal stand. I took my first puff happily, like someone who has not smoked in days. "It is very good," I said, "but it is not from a tobacco plant." "That is right," the captain replied. "This tobacco is not from Havana or the East. It is a kind of seaweed from the ocean. It has a lot of nicotine, but the ocean does not give me much of it. Do you still miss your Cuban cigars, sir?" "Captain, I will not want them anymore." "Then smoke these cigars whenever you like. Do not worry about where they come from. They do not have a government stamp, but I think they are still good. They are better." Then Captain Nemo opened a door across from the library door. I went into a big, bright room. It was a large room, 10 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The ceiling was bright and had nice designs. It gave a soft, clear light to all the wonderful things in this room. It was like a museum. Skilled people had spent a lot of money to collect many natural and artistic things. They were displayed in a mixed but interesting way, like in a painter's studio. About 30 paintings by famous artists were on the walls. They were in the same frames and had shiny weapons between them. I saw very valuable paintings, like those I had seen in rich European homes and art shows. There were paintings by Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, Titian, and many others from old and new times. There were also small statues made of marble or metal. They were like old Greek and Roman statues. They stood on stands in the corners of this great museum. Just as Captain Nemo had said, my mind was starting to feel very amazed. "Professor," this strange man said, "you must excuse how informal I am and how messy this room is." "Sir," I said, "without asking who you are, may I guess you are an artist?" "A collector, sir, nothing more. I used to love buying these beautiful things made by people. I looked for them with great desire and never stopped. I have been able to gather some very valuable things. They are my last memories of the land, which is now dead to me. For me, your modern artists are as old as the ancient ones. They have been around for 2,000 or 3,000 years. I mix them up in my mind. Great artists are timeless." "What about these music makers?" I asked. I pointed to music by Weber, Mozart, Beethoven, and many others. Their music was on a large piano organ in the room. "These music makers," Captain Nemo answered, "are from the same time as Orpheus. Because in the records of the dead, all time differences disappear. And I am dead, Professor, as dead as your friends who are buried." Captain Nemo became quiet. He seemed to be thinking deeply. I looked at him with great interest. I quietly tried to understand his strange face. He leaned his elbow on a nice table. He did not see me anymore. He had forgotten I was there. I did not bother him. I kept looking at the interesting things in the room. After the art, there were many natural things. Most of them were plants, shells, and other things from the ocean. Captain Nemo must have found them himself. In the middle of the room, water lit by electricity fell into a basin. The basin was made from one very large clam shell. The edge of this shell, from the biggest type of mollusk, was about 6 meters around. It was even bigger than the large clam shells given to King Francois I. Those shells are now holy water fonts in a church in Paris. Around this basin, in nice glass cases with copper bands, were the most valuable things from the sea. They were carefully put in order and labeled. You can imagine how happy I was as a professor. The group of animals called zoophytes had some very rare types. These included things like coral, sea pens, sponges, starfish, and sea urchins. There was a full collection of these animals. Someone who loves shells would have been very surprised by other glass cases. These cases had many different types of shells. I saw a collection that was worth a lot of money, more than I can describe completely. I will just mention a few of them. There was a beautiful royal hammer shell from the Indian Ocean. It had white spots on red and brown. There was also a bright, spiky, imperial, spiny oyster. This was rare in European museums and worth about 20,000 francs. There were also many other rare and beautiful shells from all over the world. They had wonderful names. In special parts of the room, there were beautiful pearls. The electric light made them sparkle. There were pink pearls from the Red Sea, green pearls, yellow, blue, and black pearls. These were made by different sea animals and some river mussels. There were several pearls worth a huge amount of money. Some were bigger than a pigeon egg. They were worth more than a pearl sold for 3 million francs. They were also bigger than another pearl that I thought was the biggest in the world. So, it was impossible to say how much this collection was worth. Captain Nemo must have spent millions to get these things. I wondered how he got so much money. Then he spoke, interrupting my thoughts. "Are you looking at my shells, Professor? They are very interesting for a scientist. But for me, they are even more special. I collected every one of them myself. I have searched every sea in the world." "I understand, Captain. I understand how happy you are to be among all this wealth. You collect your treasures yourself. No museum in Europe has such a collection of things from the ocean. But if I am so amazed by them, I will have no amazement left for the ship that carries them. I do not want to know all your secrets, but I must say I am very curious about this Nautilus. I want to know about its power, its equipment, and the strong force that makes it move. I see some tools on the walls of this room that I do not know about. May I ask about them? Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo answered me. I said you would be free on my ship, so no part of the Nautilus is hidden from you. You can look at it closely, and I will be happy to show you around. I do not know how to thank you, sir, but I will not take too much advantage of your kindness. I just want to ask about what these measuring tools are for. Professor, these same tools are in my room. I will be happy to explain what they do there. But first, come and see the room I have for you. You need to know how you will live on the Nautilus. I followed Captain Nemo. He led me through a door in the corner of the room. We went down the ship's hallways. He took me to the front of the ship. There, I found not just a small room, but a nice bedroom with a bed, a sink, and other furniture. I could only thank him. Your room is next to mine, he told me, opening a door. And my room leads to the room we just left. I went into the captain's room. It looked very simple, almost like a monk's room. There was an iron bed, a work table, and a sink. The light was dim. No fancy things, just what was needed. Captain Nemo showed me to a bench. Please sit down, he told me. I sat down, and he began to speak. Chapter 12. Everything through electricity. Sir, Captain Nemo said. He showed me the tools in his room. These are the tools to move the Nautilus. I always see them here, like in the other room. They show me where I am and where I am going in the ocean. You know some of them. This is a thermometer. It tells the temperature inside the Nautilus. This is a barometer. It measures the air outside and tells about weather changes. This is a humidistat. It tells how dry the air is. This is a storm glass. Its liquid changes to show when storms are coming. This is a compass. It helps me steer. This is a sextant. It uses the sun to tell me how far north or south I am. These are chronometers. They help me know how far east or west I am. And these are spyglasses for day and night. I use them to look at everything when the Nautilus is on the water's top. These are normal navigation tools, I said. I know how to use them. But these other tools must be special for the Nautilus. That dial there, with the moving needle. Is it a pressure gauge? Yes, it is a pressure gauge. It touches the water. It shows the water pressure on our ship. This tells me how deep my ship is. And these are new types of measuring lines? They are lines that measure water temperature at different depths. And these other tools? I cannot guess what they do. Professor, Captain Nemo said, I need to tell you some important things first. Please listen to me. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, There is a strong, obedient, fast, and easy force. It can be used for anything. It is the most important thing on my ship. It does everything. It gives me light. It gives me warmth. It is the heart of my machines. This force is electricity. Electricity, I said, a little surprised. Yes, sir. But, Captain, your ship moves very fast. Electricity usually does not have so much power. Until now, it has only made small amounts of power. Professor, Captain Nemo replied, my electricity is not like common electricity. If you allow me, I will not say more about it. I will not ask more, sir. I am happy to just be amazed by what you can do. But I have one question. You do not have to answer if it is a secret. The electric parts you use to make this amazing force must use up quickly. For example, the zinc part. How do you get more of it, since you do not go to land? That is a good question. Captain Nemo replied. First, I will tell you that deep in the sea, there are places with zinc, iron, silver, and gold. We could get them, but I do not use these metals from land. I only use the sea itself for my electricity. The sea itself? Yes, Professor, and there were many ways to do this. I could make electricity by putting two wires in the water at different depths. The different temperatures would make electricity, but I chose a better way. What way is that? You know what salt water is made of. In 1,000 grams, 96.5% is water. About 2.66% is common salt, called sodium chloride. Then there are small amounts of other things like magnesium chloride, potassium chloride, and calcium sulfate. So you see there is a lot of sodium chloride. I get this sodium E from the salt water. I use it to make my electric cells. Sodium? Yes, sir. When it is mixed with mercury, it makes a material that replaces zinc in my electric cells. The mercury never runs out. Only the sodium is used up, and the C gives me that. Also, I will tell you that sodium batteries make more energy. They are twice as strong as zinc batteries. Captain, I understand that sodium is very good for your situation. The sea has it. That is fine. But you still have to make it to get it out. How do you do that? Your batteries could get it out. But if I am right, you would use more sodium than you would make. So, when you make sodium, you would use up more than you create. No, Professor, I do not get it out with batteries. I simply use heat from coal from the earth. From the earth? I said, my voice rising. We will say coal from the seabed if you like, Captain Nemo replied. And you can get this coal from under the water? You will see me do it, Professor Aronnax. I only ask for a little patience from you. You will have plenty of time to be patient. Just remember one thing. I get everything from the ocean. It makes electricity, and electricity gives the Nautilus heat, light, movement, and life itself. But not the air you breathe? Oh, I could make the air needed on board, but it would be useless, because I can go to the top of the sea whenever I want. But even though electricity does not give me air to breathe, it does make the strong pumps work. These pumps store air under pressure in special tanks. This lets me stay deep in the sea for as long as I want, if I need to. Captain, I said, I will simply be amazed. You have found what all people will surely find one day, the true powerful force of electricity. I am not so sure they will find it, Captain Nemo replied, in a cold way. But in any case, you already know the first way I use this valuable force. It lights us, and with a steady light, better than sunlight. Now, look at that clock. It is electric. It is as accurate as the best clocks. I have divided it into 24 hours, like Italian clocks. This is because for me, there is no day or night, no sun or moon. There is only this artificial light that I bring into the deep sea. See, right now it is 10 o'clock in the morning. That is perfect. Another use for electricity. That dial you see shows how fast the Nautilus is going. An electric wire connects it to the speed sensor. This needle shows me the current speed of my ship. And now, we are going at a medium speed of 15 miles per hour. It is amazing, I said. And I truly see, Captain, how right you are to use this force. It will surely take the place of wind, water, and steam. But that is not all, Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo said, standing up. And if you want to follow me, we will look at the back of the Nautilus. I already knew the front part of this underwater ship. Here is how it is divided, from the middle of the ship to its front point. The dining room, 5 meters long, with a strong wall to keep out water from the library. The library, 5 meters long. The main living room, 10 meters long, with another strong wall to keep out water from the captain's room. The captain's room, 5 meters long. My room, 2.5 meters long. And finally, air tanks 7.5 meters long, going to the very front. Total, 35 meters long. The strong walls had doors that sealed tightly with rubber. This made the Nautilus very safe if any part got a leak. I followed Captain Nemo through hallways that were easy to walk through. I arrived at the middle of the ship. There, I found a kind of shaft going up between two strong walls. An iron ladder, fixed to the wall, went to the top of the shaft. I asked the captain what this ladder was for. "It goes to the small boat," he replied. "What? You have a small boat?" I said, a little surprised. "Certainly. An excellent longboat, light and cannot sink. It is used for trips and fishing." "But when you want to go out, do you have to go back to the top of the sea?" "Not at all. The small boat is on top of the Nautilus's hull. It sits in a special space made for it. It is fully covered, completely watertight, and held firmly in place by bolts. This ladder goes to a hole in the Nautilus's hull. This hole matches a similar hole in the side of the small boat. I go through this double opening into the longboat. My crew closes the hole on the Nautilus. I close the one on the small boat by screwing it shut. I unfasten the bolts holding the small boat to the ship, and the longboat rises very quickly to the top of the sea. Then I open the top cover, which was closed tightly until then. I put up the mast and sail, or I use my oars, and I go for a ride. "But how do you come back to the ship?" "I do not, Professor Aronnax. The Nautilus comes back to me." "At your command?" "At my command. An electric wire connects me to the ship. I send a message, and that is it." "Right," I said, amazed by all these wonders. "It is very easy." After passing the stairs that went to the top deck, I saw a room 2 meters long. In it, Conseil and Ned Land were happily eating their meal. Then a door opened into the kitchen, 3 meters long. It was between the ship's large storage areas. Here, electricity was more powerful and obedient than gas. It did most of the cooking. Wires under the stove sent heat to metal cooking plates. The heat was spread evenly and stayed constant. It also heated a machine that made excellent drinking water by boiling and cooling. Next to this kitchen was a bathroom. It was well designed, with hot or cold water whenever needed. After the kitchen came the crew's living area, 5 meters long. But the door was closed. I could not see what it was like inside. This would have told me how many men were needed to run the Nautilus. At the very end was a 4th strong wall. It separated the crew's area from the engine room. A door opened, and I stood in the room where Captain Nemo, a truly great engineer, had set up his machines. The engine room was brightly lit and at least 20 meters long. It was divided into 2 parts. The first held the electric cells that made electricity. The second had the machine that moved the propeller. Right away, I smelled a strange odor in the room. Captain Nemo saw that I did not like the smell. "That," he told me, "is a gas from using sodium. But it is only a small problem. Anyway, every morning we clean the ship by letting fresh air in." Meanwhile, I looked at the Nautilus's engine. I was very interested. "You see," Captain Nemo told me, "that I use a type of electric cells called Bunsen cells, not another type. The other type would not work well. We use fewer Bunsen cells, but they are big and strong. Experience has shown they are better. The electricity made here goes to the back of the ship. There, very large electromagnets move a special system of levers and gears. This moves the propeller shaft. The propeller is 6 meters across, moves 7.5 meters forward with each turn, and can turn 120 times a minute. And that gives you a speed of 50 miles per hour. There was a secret here, but I did not ask more about it. How could electricity work with such power? Where did this almost endless energy come from? Was it from a new type of coil that made very high voltage? Could its power transfer have been greatly increased by some unknown system of levers? This was what I could not understand. "Captain Nemo," I said, "I will trust the results and not try to explain them. I saw the Nautilus working in front of the Abraham Lincoln, and I know how fast it is. But it is not enough just to move. We have to see where we are going. We must be able to steer right or left, up or down. How do you go to lower depths, where the water pressure gets very strong? How do you go back up to the ocean's surface? Finally, how do you keep your ship at any depth you want? Am I asking too much?" "Not at all, Professor," the captain answered after a short pause. "Because you will never leave this underwater boat. Come into the lounge. It is really our workroom, and there you will learn the full story about the Nautilus." Chapter 13. Some Figures. We sat on a sofa. We had cigars. The captain showed me a drawing of his boat, the Nautilus. He started to explain it. "This is the Nautilus. It is a very long circle shape like a cigar. It is 70 meters long and 8 meters wide. It is long and thin, so it moves easily in the water. This boat is 1,011.45 square meters on the outside. It holds 1,507.2 cubic meters of water. This means it weighs 1,500 tons when it is under the water. I wanted the boat to be mostly under the water when it is floating. Only a small part should be above the water. So it needed to weigh 1,356.48 tons. I built it to be this weight. The Nautilus has two parts, one inside the other. They are joined with strong metal bars. This makes the boat very strong, like a stone. It will not break. It is built to be very solid. The two parts are made of steel. Steel is 7.8 times heavier than water. The inside part is 5 centimeters thick. It weighs 394.96 tons. The outside part has a heavy bottom part that weighs 62 tons. The outside part, the engine, and other parts together weigh 961.52 tons. If you add these to the inside part's weight, you get 1,356.48 tons. Do you understand? "Yes," I said. "So," the captain continued, "when the Nautilus is on the water, a small part is above the water. I have tanks that can hold 150.72 tons of water. If I fill these tanks with water, the boat will weigh 1,507.2 tons. Then, it will go completely under the water. These tanks are at the bottom of the Nautilus. I open some valves, the tanks fill, the boat sinks, and it is just at the surface of the water." "That's good, Captain, but it's hard to understand something. You can go just under the water, but when you go deeper, the water pushes on the boat. This push gets stronger the deeper you go. It's like 1 unit of pressure for every 30 feet of water." "That is correct," he said. "Then, if you don't fill the whole Nautilus with water, I don't see how you can make it go deep into the water." "Sir," Captain Nemo said, "we must not mix up things that are still with things that are moving. It takes little effort to go deep in the ocean. This is because things tend to sink. Listen to me." "I am listening, Captain." "When I wanted to know how much heavier the Nautilus needed to be to go under, I just looked at how much salt water shrinks as it goes deeper." "That makes sense," I said. "Water does not shrink much. It shrinks only a tiny bit, like 0.000436 for every unit of pressure, or every 30 feet deep. For example, to go 1,000 meters down, I must think about how much the water shrinks. This is under 100 units of pressure. In this case, it would shrink by 0.00436. So, I would need to make my boat weigh more, from 1,507.2 tons to 1,513.77 tons. This means adding only 6.57 tons. Is that all? Yes, Professor. It's easy to check. I have more tanks that can hold 100 tons of water, so I can go very deep. When I want to go up to the surface, I just push the water out. If I want the Nautilus to come even more out of the water, I empty all the tanks. His explanation, with numbers, made sense to me. I agree with your numbers, Captain, I said. It would be rude to argue because you do this every day, but I think there is still one hard thing. What is that, sir? When you are 1,000 meters deep, the Nautilus's outside parts feel a lot of pressure. If you want to empty the extra tanks to make your boat lighter and go up, your pumps must work against that big pressure. This needs a lot of power. Only electricity can give me that power, Captain Nemo quickly said. Sir, I say again, my engines are very, very strong. The Nautilus's pumps are extremely powerful. You saw how strong they were when their water came out like a flood over the Abraham Lincoln. Also, I use my extra tanks only to go to a middle depth, like 1,500 to 2,000 meters. This saves my machines. So, when I want to go 2 or 3 leagues deeper, I use other ways that take more time but always work. What are they, Captain? I asked. Now I will tell you how the Nautilus moves. I want to know. To turn the boat left or right, I use a normal rudder at the back. It works with a wheel. But I can also make the Nautilus go up and down by moving its 2 fins on its sides. These fins can move to any position. I can control them from inside with strong levers. If the fins are straight with the boat, it moves straight. If they are angled, the Nautilus follows that angle and goes down or up. And if I want to go up faster, I turn on the propeller, and the water's pressure makes the Nautilus go straight up, like a balloon filled with air going up fast. Great, Captain, I said. But in the water, how can your helmsman see where to go? My helmsman sits behind windows in a small room that sticks out of the top of the Nautilus. The windows are made of thick glass. Can glass handle such strong pressure? Yes, it can. Glass can be strong. In 1864, they tested glass in the North Sea. Thin glass, less than 7 millimeters thick, could hold against a lot of pressure. And it let light through. My glass windows are very thick, at least 21 centimeters in the middle. They are 30 times thicker. Okay, Captain, but if we want to see, we need light. In the dark water, I wonder how your helmsman can. Behind the small room is a strong electric light. Its light shines into the sea for half a mile. Oh, great! Great, Captain! That explains the light from the narwhale that surprised us scientists. About that, was the Nautilus hitting the Scotia an accident? It was an accident, sir. I was 2 meters under the water when it happened. It did not cause much damage. No, sir. But what about hitting the Abraham Lincoln? Professor, that bothered me. It is a good ship of the American Navy. But they attacked me, and I had to fight back. I just made the ship unable to hurt me. It will be fixed easily at the nearest port. Ah, Commander, I said, your Nautilus is truly a wonderful boat. Yes, Professor, Captain Nemo said with strong feelings, and I love it like my own child. On a normal ship, the ocean is dangerous. You always feel like there is a deep hole under you, as the Dutchman Jansen said. But under the waves on the Nautilus, you are never scared. There are no weak parts because the double outside of this boat is strong like iron. No ropes to wear out, no sails for the wind to take away. No hot parts to break open, no fires to worry about, because this boat is made of metal, not wood. No running out of coal, because electricity powers it. No crashes to fear, because it moves alone in the deep water. No storms to face, because just a few meters under the waves, it is completely calm. There, sir, that is the perfect ship. And if it's true that the person who builds something trusts it more than the captain, you can understand how much I trust this Nautilus. I am its captain, builder, and engineer. Captain Nemo spoke very well. His eyes shined, and he moved with passion. Yes, he loved his ship like a father loves his child. But I had a question, maybe not polite, and I had to ask it. "Are you an engineer, Captain Nemo?" "Yes, Professor," he answered. "I studied in London, Paris, and New York when I lived on land." "But how could you build this amazing Nautilus in secret?" "Each part of it, Professor, came from a different place in the world. Its bottom part was made in France. Its propeller shaft was made in London. The metal plates for its outside were made in Liverpool. Its propeller was made in Glasgow. Its tanks were made in Paris. Its engine was made in Prussia. Its sharp part was made in Sweden. Its tools were made in New York, and so on. Each company got my orders under a different name." "But," I went on, "after these parts were made, didn't they have to be put together?" "Professor, I built my workshops on an empty island in the middle of the ocean. My workers and I finished the Nautilus there. My workers are my good friends whom I have trained. After we finished, we burned everything on that island. I would have blown it up if I could have. From all this, can I guess that such a boat costs a lot of money?" "A metal ship, Professor, costs 1,125 francs for every ton. The Nautilus weighs 1,500 tons. So, it cost 1,687,000 francs. With its living areas, it cost 2 million francs. With all the art it has, it cost 4 million or 5 million francs. One last question, Captain Nemo." "Ask, Professor." "Are you rich then?" "Very rich, sir. I could easily pay off the French government's debt of 10 billion francs." I looked at the strange man who just said these words. Was he trying to trick me? Time would tell. Chapter 14. The Black Current. The Black Current is a strong flow of water in the ocean. The ocean is very big. It covers a lot of the earth. Long, long ago, the earth had a lot of water. Then, land slowly came out of the water. Now we have continents and oceans. There are 5 main oceans: the Arctic, Antarctic, Indian, Atlantic, and Pacific Oceans. The Pacific Ocean is very wide. It goes from north to south and from America to Asia. It is usually calm. Its currents move slowly, and it rains a lot there. I was going to travel on this ocean. Captain Nemo told me, "We will find our place on the map and start our trip. It's almost noon. I will go up to the water's surface." The captain pushed a button. The ship, called the Nautilus, began to rise. It stopped when it reached the surface. I went up to the top of the Nautilus. Only a small part of the ship was above the water. The Nautilus looked like a big cigar. It had metal plates like a reptile's skin. This is why people thought it was a sea animal. In the middle of the ship, there was a small boat. There were also 2 clear domes. One was for the person steering the ship. The other had a bright light to show the way. The sea was beautiful, and the sky was clear. The Nautilus moved smoothly on the water. A gentle wind blew from the east. We could see very far. There was nothing else around us. No land, no other ships, just a big, empty sea. Captain Nemo used a tool to find our location. He waited for the sun to be in the right place. "It's noon," he said. "Professor, when you are ready." I looked at the sea one last time. It was a bit yellow near Japan. Then I went back inside the ship. The captain found our exact location on a map. He told me, "Professor Aronnax, we are at 137 degrees 15 minutes west." I asked, "West of what place?" I wanted to know where he was from. He said, "I have clocks set for Paris, London, and Washington. But for you, I will use Paris." This did not tell me where he was from. I nodded. The captain continued, "We are 137 degrees 15 minutes west of Paris and 30 degrees 7 minutes north. This is about 300 miles from Japan. Today, November 8th, at noon, we start our journey under the water." "May God be with us," I said. "Now, Professor," the captain said, "I will leave you to your studies. We are going east-northeast at 50 meters deep. Here are maps so you can follow our path. The room is yours. I will go now." Captain Nemo left. I thought about him. Where was he from? Why did he hate people? Was he a smart person who was not liked by the world? I did not know yet. He was kind to me, but he never shook my hand. I thought for an hour. Then I looked at a big map on the table. I found our location on the map. Just like land has rivers, the sea has currents. These are like rivers of water in the ocean. They have different temperatures and colors. The Bok Gulf Stream is one famous current. There are 5 main currents in the world's oceans. At our location on the map, there was one of these sea rivers. It was called the Kuroshio by the Japanese, or the Black Current. It is warm and dark blue. It starts near India, goes past Asia, and moves into the North Pacific. It carries things like trees with it. The Nautilus was going to cross this current. I watched it on the map. Then Ned Land and Conseil came into the room. My 2 friends were surprised by all the amazing things they saw. "Where are we?" Ned said. "In a museum?" Conseil said. "No, it looks more like an art show." "My friends," I said, "you are not in Canada or France. You are on the Nautilus, 50 meters under the sea." "If you say so," Conseil said. "But this room is very surprising, even for me." "Look around, my friend," I said. "There is much to see here." Conseil immediately started looking at things. He began to name different types of shells and sea creatures. Ned Land, who liked shells less, asked me about Captain Nemo. He wanted to know who he was, where he came from, where he was going, and how deep we were. I did not have time to answer all his questions. I told him what I knew, which was not much. Then I asked him what he had seen or heard. "Nothing," Ned said. "I haven't even seen the people who work on this boat. Are they electric too?" "Electric?" "Yes, I almost think so. But Professor Aronnax," Ned said, "can you tell me how many people are on board? 10, 20, 50, 100? "I cannot answer you, Mr. Land. For now, do not think about taking over the Nautilus or running away. This ship is a wonderful machine. Many people would like to be in our place to see these amazing things. So be calm and let's see what is around us." "See?" Ned said. "There is nothing to see from this metal prison. We are just moving without knowing anything." As Ned said this, it suddenly became very dark. The lights went out quickly. My eyes hurt, like when you go from very dark to very bright light. We stood still. We did not know what would happen. Then we heard a sound. It sounded like parts of the ship were opening. "It's the end," Ned Land said. "Hydra Medusa," Conseil whispered. Suddenly, light came in from 2 long windows on both sides of the room. We could see the water, lit up by the ship's lights. There were 2 strong glass windows between us and the sea. At first, I was worried the glass might break, but strong metal bands held them, making them very strong. We could see the sea clearly for about a mile around the Nautilus. It was an amazing sight. It is hard to describe. The light moved through the water, making beautiful colors. Seawater is very clear. It is even clearer than fresh water. Small things in the water make it even more clear. In some parts of the sea, you can see the bottom very clearly, even at 145 meters deep. The sun's light can go down to 300 meters. But in the Nautilus, our lights were in the water. It was not just lit water. It was like liquid light. Some scientists think that deep parts of the ocean are lit by tiny, glowing, living things. Nature saves its most amazing sights for sea creatures. I could see how true this was. We had windows to these deep parts of the ocean. The dark room made the outside even brighter. We looked like we were looking into a giant fish tank. The Nautilus seemed to be still. But sometimes, lines of water moved past the windows very fast. We leaned on our elbows, looking at the windows. We were silent until Conseil said, "You wanted to see something, Ned. Well, now you have something to see." How strange, Ned said. He forgot about escaping for a moment. A person would travel far to see this. Ah, I said. I see how our captain lives. He has found his own world, full of wonders, just for him. But where are the fish? Ned asked. I don't see any fish. Why do you care, Ned? Conseil replied. You don't know anything about them. Me? I am a fisherman, Ned Land said. Then the two friends started to talk about fish. Both knew about fish, but in different ways. Fish are animals with backbones that live in water. They are cold-blooded and breathe with gills. There are two main types: bony fish, with bones in their backbones, and cartilaginous fish, with soft material in their backbones. Ned might have known this, but Conseil knew much more. Since they were friends, Conseil wanted to show what he knew. He told Ned, "Ned, you are a very good fisherman. You have caught many interesting animals, but I bet you don't know how they are grouped." "Yes, I do," Ned said seriously. "They are grouped into fish we eat and fish we don't eat." "That's how someone who loves food would say it," Conseil replied. "But tell me, do you know the difference between bony fish and cartilaginous fish?" "Maybe, Conseil." "And what about the smaller groups within those two?" "I have no idea," Ned said. "All right, listen, Ned. Bony fish are in 6 groups. First, acanthopterygians. They have a movable upper jaw and comb-like gills. This group has 15 families, which is 3/4 of all known fish. For example, a common perch. Good to eat, Ned Land said. Second, Conseil continued, abdominals. Their bottom fins are under their belly, not connected to their shoulder bone. This group has 5 families and includes most freshwater fish. For example, carp and pike. Ugh, Ned said with no interest. You can keep the freshwater fish. Third, Conseil said, Subbrachians. Their bottom fins are under their chest and connected to their shoulder bone. This group has 4 families. For example, flatfish like sole and turbot. Excellent, really excellent, Ned said, only caring about fish he could eat. Fourth, Conseil went on, apods. They have long bodies with no bottom fins and thick, often slimy skin. This group has only one family, for example, common eels and electric eels. So-so, just so-so, Ned Land said. Fifth, Conseil said, Lophobranchians. They have movable jaws, but their gills are like small tufts. This group has only one family, for example, seahorses and dragonfish. Bad, very bad, Ned said. Sixth and last, Conseil said, plectognaths. Their jawbones are fixed. They have no true bottom fins. This group has 2 families, for example, puffers and moonfish. They are not good for cooking, Ned said. Do you understand all this, Ned? Conseil asked. Not at all, Conseil, Ned said. But keep going. You are very interesting. As for cartilaginous fish, Conseil continued calmly, there are only 3 groups. Good news, Ned said. First, cyclostomes. Their jaws are fixed in a flexible ring, and their gills are many small holes. This group has only one family, for example, the lamprey. An acquired taste, Ned Land said. Second, cetaceans. Their gills are like the cyclostomes, but their lower jaw moves freely. This is the most important group and has 2 families, for example, the ray and the shark. What? Ned Land said. Rays and man-eaters in the same group? Well, Conseil, for the rays, I would not put them in the same fish tank. Third, Conseil replied, Sturionians. Their gill opening is a single slit with a cover. This group has 4 types, for example, the sturgeon. Ah, Conseil, you saved the best for last, I think, and that's all of them. Yes, Ned, Conseil said. And remember, even knowing all this is not much, because these groups are divided into smaller groups, and then even smaller ones. All right, Conseil, Ned said, looking at the glass window. Here come some of your smaller groups now. Yes, fish, Conseil said. It's like being in front of an aquarium. No, I said, because an aquarium is a cage, and these fish are as free as birds. Well, Conseil, name them. Start calling them out, Ned Land said. Me? Conseil replied. I cannot. That is my employer's job. Conseil liked to group things, but he was not a naturalist. He could not tell one fish from another. Ned, on the other hand, knew nothing about groups, but could name any fish. A triggerfish, I said. It's a Chinese triggerfish, Ned Land replied. Group Balistes, family Scleroderma, order Plectognatha, Conseil whispered. Together, Ned and Conseil were a very good naturalist. Ned was right. Many triggerfish were swimming around the Nautilus. They had flat bodies, rough skin, and spines on their back fins. Their skin was white underneath and gray on top, with gold spots. Around them, rays moved like flags in the wind. I saw a Chinese ray, yellow on top and pink on its belly, with 3 spines behind its eyes. This ray was rare, and people once thought it did not exist. For 2 hours, many sea animals swam with the Nautilus. They were beautiful and fast. I saw green wrasse, mullet with black lines, white gobies with violet spots, beautiful Japanese mackerel with blue bodies and silver heads, and shiny blue goldfish. I also saw several kinds of beet porgy, some with blue and yellow fins, others with black stripes. There were also trumpet fish, with long noses, like seabirds, sometimes a meter long. I saw Japanese salamanders and long moray eels, with sharp eyes and big mouths full of teeth. We were very surprised and kept saying how amazing it was. Ned named the fish, Conseil grouped them, and I loved watching them move and how beautiful they were. I had never seen these animals alive in the ocean before. There were so many types of fish from the seas of Japan and China that I cannot list them all. They came close to us, probably because of our bright light. Suddenly, it became light in the room. The metal panels closed. The wonderful view was gone. But I kept thinking about it. Then, I looked at the tools on the wall. The compass showed we were still going east-northeast. The pressure gauge showed we were at 50 meters deep, and the speed tool showed we were going 15 miles per hour. I waited for Captain Nemo, but he did not come. It was 5 o'clock. Ned Land and Conseil went to their room. I went to my room. Dinner was ready. I had turtle soup, a red fish with tasty white meat, and a fish called imperial angelfish, which tasted even better than salmon. I spent the evening reading, writing, and thinking. Then I felt sleepy. I lay down on my bed and slept deeply while the Nautilus moved through the fast-moving black current. Chapter 15. An Invitation in Writing. The next day, November 9th, I woke up after a long sleep. Conseil came to ask how I was. Ned, our Canadian friend, was still sleeping soundly. I did not say much to Conseil. I was thinking about Captain Nemo. He was not with us yesterday, and I hope to see him today. Soon, I put on my clothes. They were made from a soft material that came from a seashell. Conseil often asked about them. I told him that a type of seashell makes these soft, silk-like threads to stick to rocks. In the past, people made fine clothes and gloves from them. So the Nautilus crew could make clothes without needing cotton, sheep, or silk from land. After I dressed, I went to the main room. It was empty. I looked at the beautiful shells and dried sea plants. The plants still had their bright colors. I saw many kinds of seaweed. It was a full collection of sea plants. Captain Nemo did not visit me all day. The windows in the room stayed closed. Maybe they did not want us to get tired of seeing outside. The Nautilus kept moving northeast. It went 12 miles an hour at a depth of 50 to 60 meters. The next day, November 10th, was the same. I did not see anyone from the crew. Ned and Conseil spent most of the day with me. They were surprised Captain Nemo was not there. Was he sick? Did he change his mind about us? But Conseil said we were free and had plenty of good food. Our host was keeping his word. We could not complain. Our situation was very special, and we were seeing wonderful things. That day, I started writing a diary about my adventures. This helped me to write everything correctly. I even wrote it on paper made from sea plants. On the morning of November 11th, I felt fresh air in the Nautilus. This meant we were back on the ocean's surface to get more air. I went up to the top of the ship. It was 6 in the morning. The sky was cloudy, and the sea was gray, but calm. There were almost no waves. I hoped to see Captain Nemo, but only the helmsman was there, inside his glass room. I sat on the edge of the small boat and enjoyed the salty smell of the sea. Slowly, the fog went away as the sun rose. The sun came up from the east. The sea looked like it was on fire. The clouds in the sky had bright, beautiful colors. Small, thin white clouds, called ladyfingers, meant it would be windy all day. But winds were not important for the Nautilus. No storm could scare it. I was enjoying the beautiful sunrise when I heard someone come up to the deck. I thought it was Captain Nemo, but it was his main officer. I had seen him before. He walked across the deck without seeing me. He looked carefully at the horizon with a strong spyglass. When he finished, he went to a hatch and said something. I remember his exact words because he said them every morning. Nautron respok lorni virch. I did not know what it meant. After he said these words, the officer went back inside. I thought the Nautilus would go under the water again. So I went back to my room. 5 days passed and nothing changed. Every morning I went to the deck. The same words were spoken by the same officer. Captain Nemo did not appear. I thought we would not see him again. But on November 16th, when Ned and Conseil and I went back to my room, I found a note on the table. I quickly opened it. The writing was clear and neat, like old German writing. The note said, Professor Aronnax on the Nautilus. November 16th, 1867. Captain Nemo invites Professor Aronnax on a hunting trip tomorrow morning in his Crespo Island forests. He hopes nothing will stop the professor from coming. He would also like the professor's friends to join him. Captain Nemo, commander of the Nautilus. A hunting trip, Ned said. And in his forests on Crespo Island, Conseil added. Does this mean the captain goes on land? Ned asked. It seems so, I said, reading the letter again. Well, we must say yes, Ned said. Once we are on land, we can plan what to do. Also, I would like to eat some fresh meat. Captain Nemo had said he hated land and islands. This invitation to hunt in a forest was strange. But I just said, first, let's find Crespo Island. I looked at the world map. At 32 degrees 40 minutes north and 167 degrees 50 minutes west, I found a small island. Captain Crespo found it in 1801. Old Spanish maps called it Silver Rock. So we were about 1,800 miles from where we started. The Nautilus was turning slightly to go southeast. I showed my friends this small, lonely island in the middle of the North Pacific. If Captain Nemo goes on land, I told them, at least he chooses empty islands. Ned shook his head and did not answer. Then he and Conseil left. After dinner, which the silent helper brought me, I fell asleep. But I was a bit worried. When I woke up the next day, November 17th, the Nautilus was not moving. I quickly got dressed and went to the main room. Captain Nemo was waiting for me there. He stood up, bowed, and asked if I wanted to come. He did not mention his absence for the past 8 days, so I did not either. I just said that my friends and I were ready to go with him. Only, sir, I added, I would like to ask you a question. Ask away, Professor Aronnax. If I can answer, I will. Well then, Captain, how is it that you have no ties to land, but you own forests on Crespo Island? Professor, the captain answered, my forests are not in the sun. Lions, tigers, or other land animals do not visit them. Only I know about them. They grow only for me. These forests are not on land. They are under the water. Underwater forests, I said. Yes, Professor. And you are offering to take me to them? Exactly. On foot? Without getting your feet wet. While hunting? While hunting. With rifles? With rifles. I looked at Captain Nemo with a strange look. Surely, I thought to myself, he is sick in the head. He has been crazy for 8 days and it's not over yet. What a shame. I liked him better when he was just strange, not crazy. My thoughts were clear on my face, but Captain Nemo just invited me to follow him, and I did, expecting the worst. We went to the dining room, where breakfast was ready. Professor Aronnax, the captain told me, please share my breakfast. We can talk while we eat. I promised you a walk in my forests, but I did not promise a restaurant there. So eat like a man who might eat dinner very late. I ate a good meal. It had different fish and some sea cucumber, a good sea animal. Everything was served with tasty seaweed. We drank clear water. I added some drops of a drink made from seaweed, like the captain. At first, Captain Nemo ate without saying anything. Then he told me, Professor, when I asked you to hunt in my Crespo forests, you thought I was saying something that did not make sense. When I told you they were underwater forests, you thought I was crazy. Professor, you should never judge people quickly. But Captain, believe me. Please listen to me, and you will see if you have reason to call me crazy or say I am wrong. I am listening. Professor, you know that a person can live underwater if they carry their own air to breathe. For work underwater, people wear a waterproof suit with a metal helmet. They get air from above with pumps and controls. That is a regular diving suit, I said. Correct, but then the person is not free. They are connected to a pump by a hose. It is like a chain to the land. If we were connected to the Nautilus like that, we could not go far either. Then how do you move freely? I asked. We use a device called the Rouquayrol de Neyrouze device. 2 of your countrymen invented it, but I have made it better for my own use. It lets you go into these new places underwater without getting sick. It has a strong metal tank where I keep air under high pressure. This tank is on my back, like a soldier's bag. The top part has a box that controls the air, releasing it at the right pressure. In the normal Rouquayrol device, 2 rubber hoses go from this box to a mask that covers the nose and mouth. One hose is for air to breathe in, and the other is for air to breathe out. The tongue closes one or the other as needed. But for me, because of the high pressure deep in the sea, I needed to put my head in a copper helmet, like regular diving suits. The 2 hoses for breathing in and out now go to that helmet. That is perfect, Captain Nemo, but the air you carry must run out quickly, and once it has less than 15% oxygen, you cannot breathe it. Yes, but as I told you, Professor Aronnax, the Nautilus's pumps let me store air under very high pressure. So, the tank on my diving suit can give me air to breathe for 9 or 10 hours. I have no more questions about that, I said. I will only ask you, Captain, how can you see at the bottom of the ocean? With the Ruhmkorff device. Professor Aronnax, if the first device is on my back, this second one is on my belt. It has a battery that I use with sodium, not a different chemical. A coil gathers the electricity and sends it to a special light. In this light, there is a glass spiral with a small amount of carbon dioxide gas. When the device works, this gas glows and gives off a constant whitish light. So, I can breathe and I can see. Captain Nemo, You answer all my questions so well. I am afraid to doubt anything. However, even though I accept both the Rouquayrol and Ruhmkorff devices, I have some concerns about the rifle you will give me. But it is not a rifle that uses gunpowder, the captain replied. Then it is an air gun? Yes. How can I make gunpowder on my ship when I have no saltpeter, sulfur, or charcoal? Even so, I said, to shoot underwater, in water that is 855 times thicker than air, you would have to push through a lot of resistance. That is not necessarily true. There are some guns, improved by others, that have a special way to seal them so they can shoot underwater. But I repeat, I have no gunpowder, so I use air at high pressure, which the Nautilus's pumps give me a lot of. But this air must run out quickly. Well, if needed, can my Rouquayrol tank not give me more? I just need to open a special tap. Besides, Professor Aronnax, you will see that during these underwater hunts, we do not use much air or many bullets. But it seems to me that in this dim light, in water that is so thick compared to the air, a gunshot could not go far and would be hard to kill with. On the contrary, sir, with this rifle every shot kills. And as soon as the animal is hit, even a little, it falls as if struck by lightning. Why? Because this rifle does not shoot regular bullets. It shoots small glass capsules invented by a chemist from Austria. I have many of them. These glass capsules are covered with steel and have lead at the bottom. They are like small batteries filled with powerful electricity. They break with the smallest touch, and the animal, no matter how strong, dies immediately. I can also tell you that these capsules are small, and a normal rifle could hold 10 of them. I will stop arguing, I said, getting up from the table. All that is left is for me to take my rifle. So, where you go, I will go. Captain Nemo led me to the back of the Nautilus. We passed Ned and Conseil's room, and I called my two friends. They followed us right away. Then we came to a room near the engine room. In this room, we were going to get ready for our walk. Chapter 16. Strolling the Plains. This room was like a storage place for the Nautilus. Many diving suits were on the walls. They were ready for anyone who wanted to walk outside. Ned Land did not want to wear one of these suits. I told him, Ned, the forests of Crespo Island are underwater forests. Ned was sad. He said, Oh no. And you, Professor Aronnax, will you wear these clothes? I said, Yes, Ned. Ned said, Okay, sir. But I will not wear them unless I have to. Captain Nemo said, No one will make you, Mr. Land. Ned asked, Will Conseil wear one? Conseil said, I go where my master goes. 2 workers came to help us. We put on the heavy waterproof clothes. They were made of rubber. They could handle great pressure. These clothes were like strong, soft suits of armor. They had a jacket and pants. The pants had heavy lead shoes. The jacket had copper to protect the chest from water pressure. It let the lungs work well. The sleeves had soft gloves for easy hand movement. These diving suits were much better than old suits from the 1700s. Conseil, Captain Nemo, one of his strong friends, and I put on the suits. We just needed to put on the metal helmets. Before that, I asked Captain Nemo to see the guns. A man from the Nautilus showed me a long gun. It had a strong, hollow part for air. A button let air into the gun. It held 20 electric bullets. When one shot, another was ready. I said, Captain Nemo, this is a good gun. I want to use it. But how do we get to the bottom of the sea? He said, Professor, the Nautilus is in 10 meters of water. We just need to go. I asked, How do we go out? He said, You will see. Captain Nemo put his head into his helmet. Conseil and I did too. Ned Land said, Happy hunting, in a joking way. The suit had a copper part where the helmet screwed on. The helmet had 3 glass holes to see. A device on our backs helped us breathe easily. I had a light on my belt and my gun. I was ready. But the heavy clothes and lead shoes made it hard to move. But this was planned. I felt myself move into a small room next to the clothes. My friends came with me. A door with seals closed. It was dark. After some minutes, I heard a sound. I felt cold water rising. A valve in the boat was letting water in. The room filled with water. Then another door on the Nautilus opened. We saw a soft light. Soon, we were walking on the seabed. I cannot explain how wonderful it was to walk underwater. Words cannot show these amazing things. Captain Nemo walked in front. His friend walked behind us. Conseil and I walked together. We felt like we could still talk. I no longer felt the heavy clothes or air tank. The water made everything lighter. I could move easily. This was because of a rule found by Archimedes. I was not heavy anymore. I could move very freely. The sun shone brightly on the seabed, even at 30 feet deep. The sun's light went through the water easily. I could see things 100 meters away. Farther away, the bottom was blue. Then it became dark. The water around me was like air, but thicker. It was almost clear. Above me, I saw the calm ocean surface. We walked on fine, smooth sand. It was not like beach sand. This bright sand was like a mirror. It reflected the sun's rays. It made many reflections in the water. I could see everything clearly, like it was daytime, even at 30 feet deep. For 15 minutes, I walked on this bright sand. It had small pieces of shell. The Nautilus moved away slowly. But when it was dark underwater, the ship's light would help us return. Its light was very clear. It is hard to understand if you have not seen it. On land, dust in the air makes light look blurry. But underwater, electric light is very clear. We kept walking. The sand plains seemed to go on forever. My hands moved the water and it closed behind me. My footprints disappeared quickly. Soon I saw things in the distance. I saw rocks covered with beautiful sea animals. This was a special sight. It was 10 in the morning. The sun's light hit the water at an angle. It broke into colors like light through a prism. When this light touched flowers, rocks, shells, and polyps, they showed all the colors of the rainbow. It was a wonderful mix of red, green, yellow, orange, purple, indigo, and blue. It was like a painter's colorful work. I wished I could talk to Conseil and tell him how amazing it was. I wished I could talk to him like Captain Nemo and his friend did, using signals. So, I talked to myself in my helmet. Conseil and I stopped to look at this amazing sight. Conseil was busy trying to name all the sea animals and shells. There were many polyps and star-like animals on the seabed. There were different kinds of coral. There were sea anemones that looked like flowers. There were jellyfish with blue parts. There were starfish that looked like lace on the sand. It made me sad to step on the many shining shells on the seabed. There were many kinds of shells, but we had to keep walking. Above us, there were groups of jellyfish with long blue parts. Some jellyfish were white or pink. They had blue strings and gave us shade from the sun. Other jellyfish would make our path glow in the dark. I saw all these wonders in a short distance. I followed Captain Nemo. He kept signaling me to move. Soon, the seabed changed. After the sand plains, there was a sticky mud. It was made of shells. Then we walked through a field of plants. These were sea plants that were still attached to the bottom. They grew very thick. They were soft to walk on, like soft carpets. But there were also plants floating above us. I saw long green plants. Some were round, some were like tubes. There were many kinds of sea plants. I saw that green plants were near the surface. Red plants were in the middle. Black and brown plants were deeper down. These sea plants are amazing. They are some of the biggest and smallest plants in the world. Some are very tiny. Some are over 500 meters long. We had been away from the Nautilus for about an hour and a half. It was almost noon. I knew this because the sun's rays were straight down. The colorful light was disappearing. The green and blue colors were fading. We walked steadily. Our steps made sounds on the seabed. These sounds traveled very fast. Water carries sound 4 times faster than air. Then the seabed went down steeply. The light became the same color. We reached 100 meters deep. There was a lot of pressure, but my diving clothes protected me. I only felt a little tightness in my fingers, but it went away. I was not tired from walking for 2 hours in these clothes. The water helped me move easily. At 300 feet deep, I could still see the sun's rays, but not much. It was a reddish light, like between day and night, but we could see well enough. We did not need to turn on our lights yet. Captain Nemo stopped. He waited for me. Then he pointed to some dark shapes in the distance. I thought, it's the forest of Crespo Island, and I was right. Chapter 17. An Underwater Forest. We came to a big forest. It was Captain Nemo's forest. He thought it was his, like the first people on land thought forests were theirs. No one else could say it was their forest. No one else would come to cut down these plants. This forest had big plants, like trees. When we went under them, I saw how their branches grew. It was a new way for me. The plants on the seafloor did not grow flat. They all grew straight up to the top of the ocean. Small plants also grew straight up. These plants were stiff. Water made them grow straight. When I pushed them with my hands, they went back to their first place. They always grew straight up. I got used to this strange way of growing. I also got used to the dark. The seafloor here had sharp rocks. There were many different kinds of plants here, more than in cold or hot places. For a short time, I thought some animals were plants, and plants were animals. This is easy to do because plants and animals in the water are very close. I saw that all these plants were just on the sea floor. They did not have roots. They did not care if they were on sand or rocks. They did not need food from the ground. They got their food from the water. Most of them had leaves of different shapes. They were pink, red, green, olive, light brown, and brown. I saw some plants like a peacock's tail. I saw red plants. I saw long green plants. Some were 15 meters tall. There were also plants like cups. These plants did not have flowers. Someone said, "Animals have flowers, but plants do not." This is strange. These plants were as big as trees in normal places. In the dark, wet places between them, there were many moving flowers. There were also animal plants like coral. Some were yellow with clear arms. Small fish swam like birds. Yellow fish with sharp scales swam near our feet. At about 1 o'clock, Captain Nemo stopped. I was happy to stop. We rested under some long, thin plants. This rest was nice. But we could not talk. I touched my headpiece to Conseil's headpiece. I saw he was happy. He moved around to show he was happy. After 4 hours of walking, I was surprised I was not hungry. I don't know why, but I felt very sleepy, like all divers do. My eyes closed. I could not stay awake. Captain Nemo and his friend were already sleeping. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, it looked like the sun was going down. Captain Nemo was awake. I started to move my body. Then I saw something that made me stand up fast. Close to us, a big sea spider, 1 meter tall, looked at me with small eyes. It looked ready to jump at me. My diving suit was heavy. It could stop the spider's bites, but I was still scared. Just then, Conseil woke up. The sailor from the Nautilus also woke up. Captain Nemo showed the spider to his friend. His friend hit the spider with his gun, and it died. I saw its legs move in a bad way. This made me think that other dangerous animals might be here. My diving suit might not be safe enough. I did not think about this before. I decided to be careful. I thought we would go back now, but I was wrong. Captain Nemo kept going. The seafloor went down more. It was steeper. We went deeper. It was almost 3 o'clock. We came to a small valley. It was between tall, straight walls. It was 150 meters deep. Our equipment was good. We went 90 meters deeper than people usually go underwater. I say 150 meters, but I had no tools to know the exact distance. But I knew that sunlight cannot go deeper than this, even in clear water. So, it was very dark here. I could not see anything after 10 steps. I started to feel my way. Then I saw a bright white light. Captain Nemo turned on his electric light. His friend did too. Conseil and I did the same. I turned a switch, and our 4 lights made the water bright for 25 meters around us. Captain Nemo kept going deeper into the dark forest. The plants became fewer. I saw that plants disappeared faster than animals. The ocean plants were gone. But many animals were still there. Small animals, animals with hard shells, soft animals, and fish. As we walked, I thought our lights would bring some animals closer. But if they came, they stayed far away. This was bad for hunting. Many times I saw Captain Nemo stop and aim his gun. Then he would put it down and walk again. Finally, at about 4 o'clock, our amazing walk ended. There was a big wall of rocks in front of us. It was very big. It was like a mountain of stone. It had dark caves. We could not climb it. This was the base of Crespo Island. This was land. The captain stopped fast. He made a sign, and we stopped. I wanted to go over the wall, but I had to stop. This was the end of Captain Nemo's area. He did not want to go past it. The part of the world after this, he would not walk on. We started to go back. Captain Nemo led us. He always went forward. I saw that we did not go back the same way. This new way was very steep and hard. It took us to the top of the sea fast. But it was not too fast. If it was too fast, we could get hurt inside. The light came back and got brighter. The sun was low. Its light made colors around the things we saw. At 10 meters deep, we walked with many small fish. There were more fish than birds in the air. They were faster too. But we did not see any big fish to shoot. Just then, I saw the captain put his gun up. He looked at something moving in the plants. He shot. I heard a small sound. An animal fell a few steps away. It was like lightning hit it. It was a beautiful sea otter. It was the only animal with 4 legs that lives only in the sea. It was 1.5 meters long. This otter was worth a lot of money. Its fur was brown on top and silver below. It would make a nice fur coat. People in Russia and China want these furs. This fur would be worth at least 2,000 francs. I was amazed by this animal. It had a round head, small ears, round eyes, white whiskers like a cat, feet with webs and claws, and a bushy tail. Fishermen hunt this animal. It is now very rare. It lives in the North Pacific. It might soon be gone. Captain Nemo's friend picked up the otter. He put it on his shoulder. We started walking again. For an hour, we walked on sand. Often, the seafloor was only 2 meters below the top of the water. I could see our faces in the water above us, but upside down. There was a perfect copy of us above, walking with heads down and feet up. Another strange thing. Big clouds moved above us. They came and went fast. But I thought about it. These clouds were just different levels of water. I even saw the white foam from the waves on the top of the water, and I saw the shadows of big birds flying fast over our heads. Here, I saw a very good shot from a gun. A big bird with wide wings flew over us. It was easy to see. When it was a few meters above the water, Captain Nemo's friend shot. The bird fell. It was like electricity hit it. It fell close to our good hunter. He picked it up. It was a beautiful albatross, a nice bird from the open sea. This did not stop our walk. For 2 hours, we walked on sand and then on seaweed. This was hard to walk on. I was very tired when I saw a dim light far away. It was the Nautilus's light. In 20 minutes, we would be inside. I could breathe well again. My air tank felt low on oxygen. But something happened that made us a little late. I was 20 steps behind. Captain Nemo suddenly came back to me. He pushed me down with his strong hands. His friend did the same to Conseil. At first, I did not know why, but I saw the captain lying still next to me, and I felt better. I was on the seafloor under some plants. I lifted my head. I saw two very big things moving fast. They made bright lights. My blood became cold. I saw that two scary sharks were near us. They were blue sharks. They eat people. They had big tails, dull, glass eyes, and bright stuff coming from holes near their noses. They were like big fireflies. They could crush a person with their strong mouths. I don't know if Conseil was trying to name them, but for me, I looked at their silver bellies and their scary mouths with teeth. I felt like a victim, not a scientist. Luckily, these hungry animals do not see well. They went past us. They touched us with their brown fins. We were lucky. It was more dangerous than meeting a tiger in the jungle. After half an hour, we followed the light to the Nautilus. The door outside was open. Captain Nemo closed it after we went into the first room. Then he pushed a button. I heard pumps working. I felt the water go down. In a few moments, the room was empty. The inside door opened. We went into the clothes room. There, we took off our diving suits. It was hard. I was very tired. I was hungry and needed rest. I went to my room. I was full of wonder from this amazing trip on the bottom of the sea. Chapter 18. 4,000 Leagues Under the Pacific. On November 18th, I felt well again. I went to the top of the Nautilus. The ship's officer said his usual words. I thought he was talking about the sea or saying, "Nothing is there." The sea was empty. No other ships were in sight. Crespo Island was gone. The ocean was a beautiful dark blue. The waves looked like silk. Captain Nemo came. He did not see me. He looked at the stars. Then he looked at the ocean. About 20 sailors came up. They were strong men. They pulled up the nets from the night. The sailors were from different countries. I thought I saw Irish, French, Slavs, and a Greek or Cretan person. They spoke a strange language, so I could not ask them questions. They pulled the nets onto the ship. The nets were like big bags. They dragged on the ocean floor and caught many sea animals. That day, they caught many kinds of fish. There were anglerfish, triggerfish, pufferfish, lampreys, snipefish, and cutlass fish. There were also codfish and gobies. They caught some big fish too, a jack, some bonito, and 3 tuna. I think they caught over 1,000 pounds of fish. It was a good catch. The nets stayed in the water for hours. So we always had fresh food. The Nautilus's speed and light helped catch more fish. The fish were put away. Some for eating fresh, some for keeping. I thought the Nautilus would go under the water again. I was going back to my room. Then Captain Nemo spoke to me. "Look at this ocean, Professor. It is alive. It can be angry and happy. Last night it slept, and now it is waking up." He did not say hello. It was like we were already talking. "See," he said, "it is waking up in the sun. It lives every day. It is interesting to watch. It has a pulse, like a body. I agree with Commander Maury. He said the ocean has a movement like blood in animals." I think Captain Nemo did not want me to answer. He was talking to himself. He stopped often. He was thinking out loud. "Yes," he said, "the ocean moves. God makes it move by heat, salt, and tiny animals. Heat makes the water move. Water goes up at the hot parts and down at the cold parts. I have seen water get warm, go down deep, then get cold, get lighter, and go up again. This is why ice only forms on top of the water at the poles." I thought, "The pole?" Is he taking us there? Captain Nemo was quiet. He looked at the ocean he knew so well. Then he spoke again. Salt, he said, is everywhere in the sea. If you took out all the salt, it would make a big pile. It would cover the whole world more than 10 meters high. Salt is important. It stops too much water from going into the air. This stops floods in some places. Salt helps the Earth's balance. Captain Nemo walked around and then came back to me. And billions of tiny animals, he said, are also important. Millions of them live in one drop of water. They eat the salt and other things in the water. They build coral and rocks. When they take the food from the water gets lighter and goes up. Then it gets more salt from the air and goes down again. This makes the water move all the time. Life in the ocean is everywhere. People say it is bad for humans, but it is good for many animals and for me. Captain Nemo looked different when he talked like this. I felt very excited. There, he added, is true life. I can imagine cities under the sea. Like the Nautilus, they would come up for air each morning. Free cities. But who knows if a bad ruler? Captain Nemo stopped his sentence with a strong hand motion. Then he asked me a question, as if to change his thoughts. Professor Aronnax, he asked, do you know how deep the ocean is? Captain, I know what the soundings tell us. Can you tell me so I can check? Yes, I said. In the North Atlantic, it is about 8,200 meters deep. In the Mediterranean, it is 2,500 meters. The deepest places are in the South Atlantic, near the 35th line. They are 12,000 meters, 14,091 meters, and 15,149 meters deep. People think the average depth of the sea is about 7 kilometers if it were flat. Well, Professor, Captain Nemo said, I hope to show you more. The average depth of this part of the Pacific is only 4,000 meters. Then Captain Nemo went down into the ship. I followed him. The ship started moving fast, at 20 miles per hour. For days and weeks, Captain Nemo did not visit often. I saw him only sometimes. His officer always marked our position on the map, so I knew where we were going. Conseil and Land were with me a lot. Conseil told Land about our walk under the sea. Land wished he had gone, but I hoped we would visit the ocean's forests soon. Almost every day, the windows in the room were open. We loved looking at the underwater world. The Nautilus went southeast. It stayed 100 to 150 meters deep. But one day, it went down very deep, 2,000 meters. The water was 4.25 degrees Celsius. This was a normal temperature at that depth. On November 26th, at 3 a.m., the Nautilus crossed the Tropic of Cancer. On the 27th, we saw the Hawaiian Islands. Captain Cook died there in 1779. We had traveled 4,860 leagues from where we started. That morning, I saw Hawaii Island, 2 miles away. It was the biggest of the 7 islands. I could see farms, mountains, and volcanoes. Mauna Kea was the highest at 5,000 meters. Our nets caught some beautiful coral and polyps there. The Nautilus kept going southeast. On December 1st, it crossed the equator. On December 4th, we reached the Marquesas Islands. We were 3 miles from Nuku Hiva. I could only see the mountains because Captain Nemo did not like to be close to land. Our nets caught some good fish there. There were dolphin fish, wrassa, knife jaws, and albacore. All of them were good to eat. After leaving these islands, the Nautilus traveled about 2,000 miles from December 4th to 11th. We saw many squid. These are like cuttlefish. French fishermen call them cuckold fish. They are in the cephalopoda family. Ancient scientists studied them. They were used for jokes and food. On the night of December 9th to 10th, the Nautilus saw many squid. There were millions of them. They were moving to warmer places. We watched them through the windows. They swam backward very fast. They chased fish and other sea animals. The small ones were eaten by the big ones. They had 10 arms that moved around. The Nautilus was in the middle of them for hours. Our nets caught many of them. I saw all 9 kinds that Professor Aronnax named from the Pacific Ocean. During this trip, the sea showed us amazing things. It was always changing. We saw God's work in the water. We also learned about the ocean's secrets. On December 11th, I was reading in the main room. Ned Land and Conseil were watching the bright water. The Nautilus was still. It was 1,000 meters deep in a quiet part of the ocean. Only big fish came there sometimes. I was reading a book by Jean Masse. Conseil stopped me. "Master, please come here," he said strangely. "What is it, Conseil?" "It is something you should see." I stood up and looked out the window. In the bright light, a big black, still shape was in the water. I looked closely. I thought it was a giant whale. Then I had a sudden idea. "A ship," I said. "Yes," Ned Land said. "A broken ship that is sinking." Ned Land was right. It was a ship. Its ropes were still hanging. The ship looked good, so it must have sunk only hours before. Its 3 masts were broken off. This meant the ship was filling with water and had to cut its masts. But it had turned over and was sinking to one side. It was a sad sight. But even sadder was what was on the deck. Some dead bodies were tied to the ship. I saw 4 men. One was still holding the ship's wheel. Then I saw a woman, half out of a window. She was holding a child. The woman was young. I could see her face clearly in the Nautilus's light. The water had not changed her face yet. She had lifted her child above her head. The child's arms were still around its mother's neck. The men looked strange. They seemed to be trying to break free from the ropes. The man at the wheel was calm. His face was still and serious. His hair was stuck to his head. He seemed to still be steering the sinking ship. What a terrible scene. We were silent. Our hearts were beating fast. It was like a picture of the ship's last moments. I saw big sharks coming. Their eyes were bright. They wanted to eat the people. The Nautilus moved in a circle around the sinking ship. For a moment, I read the name on its back. The Florida Sunderland, England. Chapter 19. Vanikoro. We often saw broken ships in the water. We also saw old cannons, shells, and chains that were rusty. We traveled on the Nautilus. On December 11th, we saw the Tuamotu Islands. These islands are sometimes called the Dangerous Group. They are very long and wide. There are about 60 small groups of islands here. The Gambier Group is one of them. These islands are made of coral. Small sea animals called polyps make the coral. Over time, these islands will connect to each other. One day, a new, very big island will form. It will go from New Zealand to the Marquesas Islands. I told Captain Nemo about this idea. He said, "The Earth does not need new islands. It needs new people." The Nautilus went to Riau Island. This island was found in 1822. I could learn about how coral makes islands in the ocean. Madrepores are a type of coral. They have a hard, stone-like outside. My teacher, Professor Milne Edwards, put them into 5 groups. Tiny animals live inside these corals. They make stone, and this stone forms rocks, reefs, and islands. Some islands are like a circle with water in the middle. Other times they make long walls under the water. We were close to Riau Island. I was amazed at what these tiny animals had built. They make strong walls. These polyps live near the top of the water. They build things that go down into the water. Mr. Charles Darwin has this idea. I think his idea is better than others. I looked at these walls closely. They went down 300 meters. Our lights made the stone shine. Conseil asked me how fast these walls grow. I told him they grow very slowly, only a small bit every 2 years. He said, "So, to build these walls, it took." I told him, 192,000 years, Conseil. This is much longer than the days of creation in the Bible. Other things, like coal, also take a very long time to form. The days in the Bible must mean long periods of time, not just one day. When the Nautilus came up, I saw Riau Island. It was flat and had many trees. Storms helped the rocks become good for plants. Seeds from other places came to the island. They mixed with old fish and plants to make good soil. Coconuts floated to the island. Trees grew. Water started to flow. More plants grew. Small animals came on tree trunks. Turtles laid eggs. Birds built nests. Then people came. This is how these islands were made by tiny animals. Riau Island got smaller as we moved away. The Nautilus changed direction. It went west-northwest. We were in a warm part of the ocean, but it was not hot for us. We were deep under the water, and it was cool. By December 15th, we had passed the Society Islands and Tahiti. I saw the tall mountains of Tahiti. We caught good fish there, like mackerel and bonito. The Nautilus had traveled many miles. We passed the Tonga Islands and Samoa. People had died there. Then we saw the Fiji Islands. Bad things had happened to sailors there too. The Fiji Islands are big. They have many islands and rocks. Viti Levu, Vanua Levu, and Kadavu are some of them. A Dutch sailor found these islands in 1643. This was the same year a smart man made the barometer and a new king came to power in France. Later, other sailors mapped these islands. The Nautilus went near Wiley Bay. A captain named Dillon found out about a lost ship here. This bay had many good oysters. We ate a lot of them. These oysters are common near Corsica. There were so many oysters. If nothing stopped them, the bay would be full of them. One oyster can have 2 million eggs. Ned Land ate many oysters. Oysters are good because they do not make you sick. A lot of oysters give a person enough food for a day. On December 25th, we were near the New Hebrides Islands. A Portuguese sailor found them in 1606. Captain Cook named them in 1773. There are 9 big islands here. We passed Oro Island. It looked like a big green forest with a tall mountain. It was Christmas Day. I thought Ned Land missed celebrating Christmas. It is a special family holiday for Protestants. I had not seen Captain Nemo for a week. On the morning of the 27th, he came into the main room. He acted like he had only been gone for a moment. I was looking at our path on a map. The captain pointed to a spot on the map and said one word, Vanikoro. This name was special. It was the name of the islands where ships under Count de la Pérouse were lost. I stood up quickly. Is the Nautilus going to Vanikoro? I asked. Yes, Professor, the captain said. Can I visit those islands where the ships were lost? If you like, Professor. When will we get to Vanikoro? We are already there, Professor. I went with Captain Nemo to the top of the Nautilus. I looked out. In the northeast, I saw 2 islands made by volcanoes. A coral reef was around them. We were at Vanikoro Island. Another captain had called it Island of the Search. We were in a small harbor called Vana. The land looked green from the beaches to the tops of the mountains. The Nautilus went through a small opening in the rocks. We were in the calm water inside. It was 30 to 40 fathoms deep. Under some green trees, I saw some local people. They looked surprised to see us. Did they think we were a big, scary sea animal? Captain Nemo asked me what I knew about the lost ships of Count de la Pérouse. What everyone knows, Captain, I said. And could you tell me what everyone knows? He asked, sounding a little bit funny. Yes, easily. I told him what Captain Dumont d'Urville had found out. This is a short version of the story. In 1785, Count de la Pérouse and Captain de Langlot went on a trip around the world for the King of France. They had 2 ships, the Compass and the Astrolabe. No one ever saw them again. In 1791, The French government worried about the ships. They sent 2 more ships, the Search and the Hope, to find them. They left on September 28th. Someone said they saw parts of lost ships in a different place. But the ships looking for them did not know this. They went to the wrong place. They looked but did not find anything. The Hope and the Search sailed past Vanikoro without stopping. Many people on this trip died. An English sailor named Captain Peter Dillon found the first clue. On May 15, 1824, his ship was near Tikopia Island. A local man came in a small boat. He sold Dillon a silver sword handle. It had special marks on it. The man said that 6 years before, he saw 2 Europeans in Vanikoro. They were from ships that crashed on the reefs many years ago. Dillon thought these were the lost ships of Count de la Pérouse. Everyone knew these ships were missing. He tried to go to Vanikoro, but the wind and water would not let him. Dillon went back to India. He told people there about his find. They gave him a ship also called the Search. He left on January 23, 1827. This new search ship came to Vanikoro on July 7, 1827. It stopped in the same harbor where the Nautilus was now. Dillon found many things from the lost ships: tools, anchors, and a bell with "Made by Bazin" on it. This bell was from a place in France around 1785. There was no doubt now. Dillon stayed at the site until October. Then he left Vanikoro. He went to New Zealand and then back to India. He returned to France and the king welcomed him. But at the same time, another French explorer, Captain Dumont d'Urville, did not know about Dillon's finds. He had already left to search in a different place. Someone said that medals and a special cross were found with local people in other islands. So Captain Dumont d'Urville went to sea on a ship called the Astrolabe. 2 months after Dillon left Vanikoro, Dumont d'Urville stopped in Hobart. There he heard about Dillon's finds. He also learned that a man saw local people using metal and red cloth on another island. Dumont d'Urville was confused. He did not know if these stories were true, but he decided to follow Dillon's path. On February 10, 1828, the Astrolabe came to Tikopia Island. They got a guide and a person to help with talking. They went to Vanikoro. They saw it on February 12th. They sailed around the reefs until the 14th. On the 20th, they stopped in the harbor of Vana. On the 23rd, some officers went around the island. They brought back a few small things. The local people would not show them where the ships were lost. This made the officers think the local people had hurt the sailors. The local people seemed afraid that Dumont d'Urville came to get revenge. But on the 26th, after they were given gifts, the local people led an officer to the place of the lost ships. Here in the water were anchors, cannons, and metal. They were covered in hard, white material. Small boats from the Astrolabe went to this place. They worked very hard and pulled up an anchor, a cannon, a piece of lead, and 2 smaller cannons. Captain Dumont d'Urville also learned from the local people that after the 2 ships were lost, La Pérouse built a smaller boat. But this boat was also lost. No one knew where. The captain then had a monument built under some trees. It was for the lost sailor and his friends. It was a simple stone tower. Dumont d'Urville tried to leave, but his sailors were sick from the fevers on the island. He was also sick. He could not leave until March 17th. Meanwhile, the French government worried that Dumont d'Urville did not know about Dillon's work. So they sent another ship to Vanikoro. This ship arrived a few months after the Astrolabe left. It did not find new things, but it saw that the monument for La Pérouse was still there. This is what I told Captain Nemo. So, he said, the lost sailors built a 3rd ship on Vanikoro Island, and no one knows where it went or where it was lost? No one knows. Captain Nemo did not say anything. He told me to follow him to the main room. The Nautilus went down a few meters in the water. The windows opened. I quickly went to the window. I saw many types of coral and many beautiful fish. Under the coral, I saw some things that the old ships had left behind: metal, anchors, cannons, and parts of the ships. They were now covered in colorful sea life. As I looked at the lost ship parts, Captain Nemo said in a serious voice, "Commander La Pérouse left on December 7th, 1785, with his ships, the Compass and the Astrolabe. He went to different islands. Then his ships came to the unknown reefs of Vanikoro. The Compass hit the rocks first. The Astrolabe went to help and also hit the rocks. The first ship was broken very quickly. The second ship stayed for a few days. The local people were friendly to the sailors. The sailors stayed on the island and built a smaller boat from parts of the two big ships. Some sailors stayed in Vanikoro. The others, who were weak and sick, sailed away with Count de la Pérouse. They went to the Solomon Islands, and everyone on board died on the west coast of the main island." "And how do you know all this?" I asked. "I found this right where the last ship was lost." Captain Nemo showed me a metal box. It had the French symbol on it and was rusty. He opened it. Inside were old papers. They were yellow, but I could still read them. They were the orders from the French Navy to Commander La Pérouse. There were notes in the handwriting of King Louis XVI. "Ah, what a good way for a sailor to die," Captain Nemo said. "A grave in the coral is a peaceful grave. I hope my friends and I can rest there too." Chapter 20. The Torres Strait. On December 27th, the Nautilus ship left Vanikoro. It went fast towards the southwest. In 3 days it traveled far, past the tip of Papua. On January 1st, 1868, in the morning, Conseil came to me. He asked, "Can I wish you a happy new year?" I said, "Yes, Conseil, just like old times in Paris. Thank you for your wishes. But what does a happy year mean now? Does it mean we leave this ship, or do we stay on this strange trip?" Conseil said, "I don't know what to say. We see new things every day. We are not bored. The new things are always surprising. I think we will not have another chance like this." I said, "Never, Conseil." Conseil added, "Mr. Nemo is like his name, nobody, because we hardly see him." I said, "True, Conseil." Conseil said, "So, I think a happy year is a year where we see everything." "Everything, Conseil? No year is that long. What does Ned Land think?" Conseil said, "Ned Land thinks the opposite. He wants to eat good food. He is tired of fish. He wants wine, bread, and meat. This is not good for him." I said, "It does not bother me. I like the food here." Conseil said, "Me too. So I want to stay, but Mr. Land wants to leave. One of us will be happy. So, I wish you what you want." I said, "Thank you, Conseil. I can only give you a handshake now." Conseil said, "You are very kind." Then he left. By January 2nd, we had traveled a long way from Japan. The dangerous Coral Sea was in front of us, near Australia. Our ship was near the place where Captain Cook's ship almost sank in 1770. Cook's ship hit a rock, but a piece of the rock filled the hole, so the ship did not sink. I wanted to see this long coral reef. The sea hit it hard, but the Nautilus went deep, so I could not see it. I saw many fish from our nets. We saw big blue and white fish like tuna. They were good to eat. We also caught small yellow-green fish and flying fish. We found corals, sea urchins, and different kinds of shells. We also saw green plants from the sea. On January 4th, we saw the land of Papua. Captain Nemo told me he would go to the Indian Ocean through the Torres Strait. Ned was happy because this way would bring us closer to Europe. The Torres Strait is very dangerous. It has many reefs and people living there are wild. It is between Australia and Papua, also called New Guinea. Papua is a very big island. I saw the mountains of Arfak. Many people found these shores, starting in 1511. It is a place with many black people. I did not know I would see the people from Andaman there. The Nautilus was at the start of the Torres Strait. It is a very dangerous place, even for brave sailors. Ships have sunk there. Even the Nautilus would be close to the coral reefs. The Torres Strait is wide, but it has many islands and rocks. So it is hard to sail. Captain Nemo was very careful. The Nautilus moved slowly on the water. My friends and I sat on the ship's top part. Captain Nemo was probably inside, steering the ship. I looked at the maps of the Torres Strait. These maps were very good. The sea around the Nautilus was moving fast. Waves hit the coral rocks. Ned Land said, "This sea is rough." I said, "Yes, it is bad for the Nautilus." Ned said, "The captain must be sure of his way. If we touch these rocks, the ship will break." It was dangerous, but the Nautilus went through the rocks easily. It did not go the same way as other ships that had problems there. It went north, near some islands, then southwest. I thought it would go into an opening, but it went northwest, through many small islands, towards Town Island. I wondered if Captain Nemo was crazy, trying to go where other ships had sunk. But then he turned again and went west, towards Gueboroa Island. It was 3 in the afternoon. The water was not moving fast. The Nautilus came close to Gueboroa Island. I can still see its trees. We were very close to it. Suddenly, I fell down. The Nautilus had hit a reef. It stopped and leaned to one side. I stood up and saw Captain Nemo and his officer. They looked at the ship and talked. Gueboroa Island was 2 miles away. There were coral rocks to the south and east. The ship had hit the reef when the water was high. The water here does not go up and down much, so it would be hard to move the Nautilus. But the ship was strong, so it was not broken. It could not sink, but it could get stuck on the reefs forever. This would be the end for Captain Nemo's ship. I was thinking about this when the captain came. He was calm. He was not worried or angry. I asked, "An accident?" He said, "No, an incident." I said, "But an incident that might make you live on land again." Captain Nemo looked at me strangely and shook his head no. He meant he would never go on land again. Then he said, "No, Professor Aronnax, the Nautilus is not lost. It will still show you the wonders of the ocean. Our trip is just starting. I don't want to lose your company." I said, "Still, Captain Nemo, the Nautilus hit the ground when the water was high. The tides are not strong here. If you cannot empty the ship, which seems impossible, I don't know how it will move." Captain Nemo said, "You are right, Professor. The Pacific tides are not strong. But in the Torres Strait, the water goes up and down about 1.5 meters. Today is January 4th, and in 5 days the moon will be full. I think the moon will raise the water enough to help us. I will be very thankful for that." After this, Captain Nemo went back into the Nautilus with his officer. The ship did not move. It was stuck as if the coral had made it part of the reef. "Well, sir?" Ned Land asked me after the captain left. "Well, Ned, my friend, we will wait for the tide on the 9th. It seems the moon will help us float." "Is it that simple?" "Yes, that simple." "So the captain will not use anchors or engines to pull us off?" Conseil simply said, "Because the tide will be enough." Ned looked at Conseil, then he shook his shoulders. He was a sailor, and he knew things. He said, "Sir, this ship will never sail again. It's only good for scrap. I think it's time we left Captain Nemo." I said, "Ned, my friend, I still believe in our Nautilus. In 4 days we will know about these tides. Also, it's not a good idea to escape here in Papua. We can always try to escape later if the Nautilus doesn't move, which would be very bad." "But can't we at least look at the land?" Ned asked. "There's an island. On this island there are trees, and under those trees there are animals with meat that I want to eat." Conseil said, "Ned is right. I agree with him. Can you ask Captain Nemo to let us go to shore? just so our feet remember how to walk on land? I said, I can ask him, but he will say no. Conseil said, let's ask him, and we will see how kind the captain is. To my surprise, Captain Nemo said yes. He was very kind and did not ask me to promise to return, but it would be very dangerous to run away in New Guinea. I would not tell Ned Land to try. It was better to be prisoners on the Nautilus than to be caught by the people of Papua. The small boat was ready for us the next morning. I knew Captain Nemo would not come. I also thought no crewmen would come with us. Ned Land would steer the boat. The shore was only 2 miles away. It would be easy for Ned to steer the small boat through the reefs. The next day, January 5th, the small boat was put into the water. 2 men did this. The oars were in the boat, and we just had to get in. At 8 o'clock, with guns and axes, we left the Nautilus. The sea was calm. A soft wind came from the shore. Conseil and I rowed, and Ned steered us through the small paths in the reefs. The boat moved easily and fast. Ned Land was very happy. He was like a prisoner escaping. He did not think he would have to come back. Meat, he kept saying. Now we will eat red meat, real animals, a real meal. Fish is good, but we need something different. A piece of fresh meat cooked over fire will be good. Conseil said, you are making me hungry. I said, we need to see if there are animals in these forests, and if the animals are not so big that they can hunt us. Good, Professor Aronnax, Ned said. But if there are no other animals on this island, I will eat tiger meat. Conseil said, our friend Ned is scary. Ned Land said, whatever it is, any animal with 4 legs and no feathers or 2 legs with feathers, I will shoot it. Oh, good, I said. Ned is being wild again. Don't worry, Professor Aronnax, just keep rowing, Ned said. I only need 25 minutes to get you some of my special food. By 8:30, the Nautilus's small boat landed gently on a sandy beach. We had passed the coral around Gueberoa Island. Chapter 21. Some days ashore. It felt good to be on land. Ned Land put his foot on the ground as if it was his, but we had been on the Nautilus for 2 months. Captain Nemo called us passengers, but we were his prisoners. Soon, we were a short distance from the coast. The ground was mostly made of coral, but some dry riverbeds had rocks, showing the island was very old. Many tall trees covered the area. They were 200 feet high and linked by plants, like natural swings. There were many types of trees like mimosas and palm trees. Under them, there were orchids and ferns. Ned Land did not look at the pretty plants. He saw a coconut tree. He got some coconuts, opened them, and we drank the milk and ate the fruit. It tasted so good, much better than the food on the Nautilus. Ned Land said, excellent. Conseil said, very good. Ned Land asked, I don't think Nemo would mind if we took some coconuts back to his ship. I said, I don't think so, but he won't want to try them. Too bad for him, Conseil said. More for us, Ned Land replied. I told Ned Land, who was about to get more coconuts, coconuts are good, but let's see if the island has other useful things first. Fresh vegetables would be good for the Nautilus. You are right, Conseil said. Let's save 3 places in our boat, 1 for fruit, 1 for vegetables, and 1 for meat. I haven't seen any meat yet. Don't give up, Ned Land said. Let's keep going, I said. But be careful. This island seems empty, but there might be people here who eat different kinds of animals. Ned Land made a sound with his mouth. Ned, oh no, Conseil said. Oh my, Ned Land said. I am starting to like the idea of eating people. Ned, don't say that, Conseil said. You a cannibal? I won't be safe next to you. Will I wake up half-eaten one day? I like you very much, Conseil, but not enough to eat you when there is better food. Then I must hurry, Conseil said. We must find some animals to keep this man-eater happy, or I might not be here to help you in the morning. We walked into the dark forest and looked around for 2 hours. We found many good plants to eat. They gave us food that we did not have on the ship. I mean the breadfruit tree. There were many on Gueberoa Island. I saw the kind without seeds. In Malaysia, it is called rima. This tree is 40 feet tall and has a straight trunk. It has big leaves. It grows big, round fruits that are about 4 inches wide. Nature gives this useful plant to places without wheat. It grows fruit for 8 months of the year without needing care. Ned Land knew this fruit well. He had eaten it on his trips and knew how to cook it. He was very hungry when he saw it. He told me, "Sir, I will die if I don't try some breadfruit paste." "Try some, Ned. Eat all you want. We are here to try new things." "It won't take long," Ned Land said. He used a glass to start a fire with dry wood. It burned brightly. Conseil and I picked the best breadfruit. Some were not ready and had thick white fruit inside, but many others were yellow and soft, ready to eat. This fruit had no seeds. Conseil brought 12 to Ned Land. He cut them into thick pieces and put them on the hot coals. He kept saying, "You will see, sir, how good this bread is." "Especially since we haven't had baked food for a long time," Conseil said. "It's more than bread," Ned Land added. "It's a fancy pastry. Have you never eaten it, sir?" "No, Ned. Get ready for something very tasty. If you don't want more, I am not the king of harpooners." After a few minutes, the parts of the fruit on the fire were cooked. Inside, there was white paste, like soft bread. It tasted like artichoke. This bread was very good, and I enjoyed eating it. "Sadly," I said, "this paste will not stay fresh, so making a lot for the ship seems useless." "Oh, sir," Ned Land cried. "You talk like a scientist, but I will act like a baker." "Conseil, pick some of this fruit to take with us." "How will you make it?" I asked Ned Land. "I will make a fermented dough from it that will stay good for a long time. When I want some, I will cook it on the ship. It will taste a little sour, but you will find it good." "So, Ned, I see this bread is all we need." "Not quite, Professor," Ned Land replied. "We need some fruit, or at least some vegetables with it." "Then let's look for fruit and vegetables." After picking the breadfruit, we walked to find more food for our land dinner. We found many things. Near noon, we had a lot of bananas. This good fruit from warm places grows all year. People in Malaysia eat them without cooking. We also found big jackfruit that tasted tangy, tasty mangoes, and very large pineapples. This took a lot of our time, but we were happy. Conseil watched Ned. Ned walked in front. He carefully picked good fruit in the forest that would add to his food supply. "So," Conseil asked, "do you have everything you need, Ned?" "Humph," Ned Land said. "What? Are you complaining?" "All these plants don't make a meal," Ned replied. "Just side dishes, dessert. But where is the soup? Where is the roast meat?" "Right," I said. "Ned promised us meat, which I doubt." "Sir," Ned Land said, "our hunting has not even started. Be patient. We will find some animal with feathers or fur. If not here, then somewhere else. And if not today, then tomorrow, because we must not go too far," Conseil added. "So I think we should go back to the boat." "What? Already?" Ned exclaimed. "We should be back before dark," I said. "What time is it?" Ned Land asked. 2 o'clock at least," Conseil replied. "How time flies on land," Ned Land said with a sigh. "Let's go," Conseil replied. So we went back through the forest. We also gathered some palm hearts from the top of trees, some small beans like the ones in Malaysia, and good yams. We had a lot of food when we got to the boat. But Ned Land still thought it was not enough. But he was lucky. As we were getting in the boat, he saw some palm trees that were 25 to 30 feet tall. These trees were as good as the breadfruit trees. They are among the most useful plants in Malaysia. They were sago palms. They grow without being planted, like mulberry trees. They grow from new shoots and seeds. Ned Land knew how to work with these trees. He used his axe to cut down 2 or 3 sago palms. White powder on their leaves showed they were ready. I watched him like a scientist, not just a hungry man. He first took off an inch of bark from each tree. Underneath was a messy network of long fibers with a sticky flour. This flour was sago, a starchy food eaten by people in Melanesia. For now, Ned Land just cut the tree trunks into pieces, like firewood. Later, he would get the flour by sifting it through cloth to remove the fibers. Then he would let it dry in the sun and let it harden in molds. Finally, at 5 in the afternoon, we were full of our treasures. We left the island, and in half an hour, we were next to the Nautilus. No one was there when we arrived. The big metal ship seemed empty. We put our food on board. I went to my room. My dinner was ready. I ate and then went to sleep. The next day, January 6th, nothing new on the ship. No sound, no sign of life. The small boat was still where we left it. We decided to go back to Guebaroa Island. Ned Land hoped to have better luck hunting than the day before. He wanted to see a different part of the forest. At sunrise, we left. The current helped the boat reach the island quickly. We got off the boat. We thought it best to follow Ned Land's ideas. His long legs made us walk fast. Ned Land went west along the coast. Then he walked through some dry riverbeds and came to open fields. These fields had beautiful forests around them. Some kingfishers were near the water, but they flew away when we came close. Their careful behavior showed me that these birds knew about people. I thought that if no one lived on the island, at least people visited often. After walking through a green field, we came to a small forest. Many birds were singing and flying there. Still, they are just birds, Conseil said. But some can be eaten, Ned Land said. No, Ned, Conseil said, because I only see regular parrots here. Conseil, Ned said seriously, parrots are like pheasants for people who have no other food. And I might add, I said, that when these birds are cooked well, they are worth eating. Indeed, under the thick trees, many parrots flew from branch to branch. They just needed to be taught to speak like people. They were squawking with colorful parakeets and serious cockatoos. Bright red lories flew by like flags in the wind. There were also loud kalau parrots and Papuan lories with beautiful blue colors. There were many lovely birds, but not many good for eating. But one special bird that only lives near the Aru and Papuan Islands was not there. But I soon got to see it. After walking through some thick bushes, we found more open areas with bushes. There I saw some beautiful birds flying. Their long feathers made them fly against the wind. Their graceful flight and colors were lovely to watch. I knew what they were right away. Birds of paradise, I said. Order Passeriforma, Division Clistomora, Conseil replied. Partridge family? Ned Land asked. I doubt it, Ned. But I hope you can catch one of these beautiful birds from the tropics. I will try, Professor, though I am better with a harpoon than a gun. People in Malaysia sell these birds to China. They have different ways to catch them that we could not use. Sometimes they set traps on tall trees where the birds live. Other times they use a sticky glue to stop them from moving. They even poison the water where these birds drink. But we could only shoot at them while they were flying. This meant we had little chance of getting one, and we wasted a lot of our bullets. Near 11 in the morning, we were at the bottom of the mountains in the middle of the island. We still had not caught anything. Hunger made us keep going. The hunters had thought they would eat what they caught, but they were wrong. Luckily, to his surprise, Conseil shot 2 birds. He got a white pigeon and a ringdove. We quickly pulled out their feathers, put them on a stick, and cooked them over a hot fire. While they cooked, Ned made bread from the breadfruit. Then we ate the pigeon and ringdove until only bones were left. They were very good. The nutmeg that these birds eat makes their meat sweet and delicious. They taste like chicken with truffles, Conseil said. All right, Ned, I asked. Now what do you need? An animal with 4 legs, Professor Aronnax, Ned Land said. All these pigeons are just small bites, so until I catch an animal with good meat, I won't be happy. And I won't be happy until I catch a bird of paradise. Then let's keep hunting, Conseil said, but let's go back to the sea. We are at the bottom of these mountains, and I think we will do better if we go back to the forest. This was good advice, and we followed it. After an hour's walk, we reached a real sago palm forest. Some harmless snakes moved away from our feet. Birds of paradise flew away when we came near. I was about to give up on catching one when Conseil, who was walking in front, suddenly bent down. He gave a happy shout and came back to me, holding a beautiful bird of paradise. Oh, bravo, Conseil, I said. You are too kind, Conseil replied. Not at all, my boy. That was smart, catching one of these live birds with your hands. If you look closely, you will see I don't deserve much praise. And why not, Conseil? Because this bird is very drunk. Drunk? Yes, sir. Drunk from the nutmegs it was eating under that nutmeg tree where I caught it. Look, Ned. Look at what happens when you drink too much. Oh, no, Ned Land said. Thinking about how much gin I've had in the last 2 months, you have nothing to complain about. I looked at this strange bird. Conseil was right. The bird was dizzy from the strong juice. It could not fly. It could barely walk. But I was not worried. I just let it sleep off the nutmeg. This bird was one of the best of the 8 types found in Papua and nearby islands. It was a great emerald, a very rare bird of paradise. It was about 12 inches long. Its head was small, and its eyes, near its beak, were also small. But it had wonderful colors: a yellow beak, brown feet and claws, brown wings with purple tips, a pale yellow head and neck, an emerald throat, and a reddish-brown belly and chest. 2 thin pieces, like horn covered with soft feathers, grew above its tail. The tail was long and had very light, beautiful feathers. These finished the look of this amazing bird that the islanders call the sunbird. I wished I could take this beautiful bird of paradise back to Paris. I wanted to give it to the zoo at the botanical gardens. They do not have a live one. So it must be rare? Ned Land asked, like a hunter who thinks the animal is not very good. Very rare, my friend, and very hard to catch alive. Even after they are dead, these birds are still worth a lot of money. So the people there make fake ones, like people make fake pearls or diamonds. What? Conseil said. They make fake birds of paradise? Yes, Conseil. And do you know how they do it? Yes, I do. When the east wind blows, birds of paradise lose the beautiful feathers around their tails. These feathers are collected by people who make fake birds. They skillfully put them on a poor parakeet that has been hurt. Then they paint over the seam, put varnish on the bird, and send their special creations to museums and collectors in Europe. Good enough, Ned Land said. If it's not the right bird, it's still the right feathers, and as long as you don't eat it, I see no problem. I was happy to catch this bird of paradise, but Ned Land, our hunter, was still not happy. Luckily, near 2 o'clock, Ned Land shot a beautiful wild pig. The local people call it bari autang. This animal came just in time for us to get real meat with 4 legs. We were very happy to have it. Ned Land shot it perfectly. The pig was hit by an electric bullet and died right away. Ned Land carefully removed its skin and cleaned it. He took out 6 pieces of meat to grill for our evening meal. Then we started hunting again. Ned and Conseil did well again. They walked through the bushes and found a group of kangaroos. They hopped away fast on their strong legs. But they did not run so fast that our electric bullets could not catch them. "Oh, Professor!" Ned Land shouted. He was very excited about hunting. "What good meat, especially in a stew. What a supply for the Nautilus. 2, 3, 5 down. And think how we will eat all this meat ourselves, while those people on the ship won't get any." He was so happy that I think he might have killed all of them if he had not been talking so much. But he only caught 12 of these interesting animals. Conseil told us they were the first kind of mammals that do not have a placenta. These animals were small. They were a type of rabbit kangaroos that usually live in holes in trees. They are very fast, but even though they were small, their meat was very good. We were very happy with our hunting. A joyful Ned suggested we come back the next day to this amazing island. He wanted to catch every animal with 4 legs, but he did not know what would happen. By 6 in the evening, we were back on the beach. The small boat was in its usual place. The Nautilus, looking like a long rock, was 2 miles out in the ocean. Ned Land quickly started making dinner. He was very good at cooking. The grilled pieces of pig meat smelled delicious as they cooked over the coals. But I am acting like Ned Land now. Look at me, so happy about freshly grilled pork. Please forgive me as I forgave Ned Land, for the same reason. In short, dinner was excellent. 2 ringdoves added to this amazing meal. Sago paste, bread from the breadfruit tree, mangoes, 6 pineapples, and fermented coconut drink made us even happier. I think my 2 friends were not as clear-headed as they should have been. "What if we don't go back to the Nautilus tonight?" Conseil said. "What if we never go back?" Ned Land added. Just then, a stone flew toward us. It landed at our feet and stopped Ned Land from talking. King. Chapter 22. The Lightning Bolts of Captain Nemo. We looked at the forest. My hand stopped. Ned Land's hand finished its work. "Stones don't fall from the sky," Conseil said. "If they do, they are meteorites." Another stone hit Conseil's hand. He dropped his food. We all stood up. We held our guns. We were ready for a fight. "Maybe apes?" Ned Land asked. "No," Conseil said. "Savages." "Let's go to the small boat," I said. I moved toward the sea. We had to leave. About 20 natives came. They had bows and slings. They were about 100 steps away. They were near some thick trees. Our small boat was about 10 meters away. The savages walked closer. They did not run. They looked very angry. Stones and arrows fell like rain. Ned Land did not want to leave his food. He held his pig and his kangaroos. He ran very fast. In 2 minutes, we were on the beach. We put food and guns in the boat. We pushed it into the sea. We put out the oars. It took only a moment. We had not gone far when 100 savages came into the water. They were shouting. They were up to their waists in the water. I looked to see if any of the Nautilus men would come out. But no, the big ship looked empty. 20 minutes later, we got on the ship. The doors were open. We tied the small boat. We went inside the Nautilus. I went to the lounge. I heard music. Captain Nemo was there. He was playing the organ. He looked very focused. "Captain?" I said. He did not hear me. "Captain!" I said again. I touched him. He moved. He turned around. "Ah, it's you, Professor," he said. "Did you find good things? Did you get good plants?" "Yes, Captain," I said. "But we brought many people who worry me." "What kind of people?" "Savages." "Savages," Captain Nemo said. He sounded like he was joking. "You are on an island. Are you surprised to see savages? Are they worse than other men?" "But, Captain, I have seen them everywhere," he said. "Well," I said, "if you don't want them on the Nautilus, you should be careful." "Easy, Professor, don't worry." "But there are many of them." How many? At least 100. Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo said. His fingers went back to the organ keys. Even if all the people from Papua came to the beach, the Nautilus would be safe. The captain played the organ. He only touched the black keys. His music sounded Scottish. Soon he forgot I was there. I did not try to stop him. I went up to the platform. It was night. The sun goes down fast here. I could not see Guebaroa Island clearly, but many fires were on the beach. The natives were not leaving. I was alone for hours. I thought about the islanders. I was not afraid of them now. The captain was very confident. I also looked at the beautiful tropical night. My thoughts went to France. The moon was bright. I remembered that the moon would be back in 2 days. It would raise the tide. Then the Nautilus would move from the coral. Near midnight, everything was quiet. I went to my room. I slept well. The night was good. Maybe the Papuans were scared by the big ship. Our doors stayed open. It was easy to get inside the Nautilus. At 6 in the morning, on January 8th, I went to the platform. The morning light came. I saw the island. First the beaches, then the tops of the hills. The islanders were still there. There were more than yesterday, maybe 500 or 600. The water was low. Some of them walked on the coral. They were close to the Nautilus. I could see them well. They were real Papuans. They were strong. They had high foreheads and big noses. Their teeth were white. Their hair was red and curly. Their bodies were black and shiny. They had bone beads in their ears. Most of them wore no clothes. I saw some women. They wore grass skirts from their hips to their knees. Some leaders had necklaces made of red and white glass beads. Most of them had bows, arrows, and shields. They carried nets with polished stones for their slings. One leader came close to the Nautilus. He looked at it carefully. He was important. He wore a special mat made of banana leaves. It was colorful. I could have shot him. He was so close. But I wanted to wait for them to attack first. It is a rule for Europeans. We shoot back, not first. The islanders stayed near the Nautilus when the water was low. They were not loud. I often heard them say, "a sigh." I understood they wanted me to come to shore. I did not go. So the small boat did not leave that day. Ned Land was not happy. He could not get more food. He prepared the meat and flour he had. The savages went back to shore around 11 in the morning. The coral disappeared under the rising water. But I saw many more people on the beach. They probably came from other islands or from Papua. I did not see any small boats. I decided to fish in the clear water. There were many shells, plants, and sea animals. This was the last day the Nautilus would be here. Tomorrow, it would go out to sea. Captain Nemo had promised. I called Conseil. He brought me a small net, like for oysters. "What about these savages?" Conseil asked me. "I don't think they are very bad. They eat people, my boy." "You can eat people and be a good man," Conseil said. "Like you can eat too much and be a good man. One does not stop the other." "Okay, Conseil, I agree there are good cannibals, but I don't want to be eaten, so I will be careful. The captain is not careful. Now let's work." We fished for 2 hours. We worked hard, but we did not find anything special. Our net had common shells. But then I found something amazing. It was a very rare shell. Conseil had just thrown the net. It came back with normal shells. Then I quickly put my hands in the net. I pulled out a shell. I shouted very loudly. "What happened, master?" Conseil asked. He was very surprised. "Did something bite you?" "No, my boy, but I would give a finger for this." "What is it?" "This shell," I said, showing him. "But that is just an olive shell from the Oliva family, a snail, a mollusk." Yes, Conseil, but this olive shell coils from left to right." "That can't be," Conseil said. "Yes, my boy, it's a left-handed shell." A left-handed shell, Conseil repeated. His heart beat fast. Look at its spiral. Oh, master, I believe you, Conseil said. He held the shell. His hands shook. I have never been so excited. It was exciting. Nature usually makes things go from right to left. Stars move that way. People use their right hands more. Tools are made for right hands. Shells usually coil from right to left. But sometimes, very rarely, a shell coils from left to right. Collectors will pay a lot for it. Conseil and I were looking at our special shell. I wanted to give it to the Paris Museum. Then a stone flew past. A savage threw it. It hit the shell in Conseil's hands. The shell broke. I shouted sadly. Conseil grabbed his gun. He aimed at the savage, who was only 10 meters away. I tried to stop him, but he shot. The bullet hit a bracelet on the savage's arm. Conseil, I shouted. Conseil? What? Didn't Master see that man attack first? A shell is not worth a human life, I told him. Oh, that bad man, Conseil said. I wish he hit my shoulder instead. Conseil was serious, but I did not agree. The situation had changed quickly. We did not notice. About 20 small boats were around the Nautilus. They were made from tree trunks. They were long and thin. They were fast. They had 2 bamboo poles to keep them steady. Half-naked men used paddles. I was worried to see them coming. These Papuans had seen Europeans before. They knew about ships. But what did they think of this long metal cylinder in the bay? It had no masts or chimneys. They did not think it was good. At first, they stayed far away. But it did not move. So they became less afraid. They came closer. We needed to stop them from coming too close. Our guns made no sound. They would not scare these islanders. They only respected noisy things. No thunder, no fear. Even though the danger is in the flash, not the noise. Just then, the boats came closer. Many arrows flew at us. Oh no, it's raining, Conseil said. And maybe poisoned rain. We need to tell Captain Nemo, I said. I went back inside. I went to the lounge. No one was there. I knocked on the captain's door. Enter, someone said. I went in. Captain Nemo was doing math. There were many X's and other symbols. Am I bothering you? I asked politely. Yes, Professor Aronnax, the captain said. But I think you have a good reason to find me. A very good reason. Native boats are around us. In a few minutes, many savages will attack us. Ah, Captain Nemo said calmly. They came in their boats? Yes, sir. Well, sir, closing the doors should be enough. Exactly, and that's what I came to tell you. Nothing is easier, Captain Nemo said. He pushed a button. An order went to the crew. There, sir, everything is fine, he told me after a moment. The small boat is in place. The doors are closed. You don't think these men will break walls that your ship's shells could not break? No, Captain, but there is still one danger. What is that, sir? Tomorrow, around this time, we will need to open the doors to get fresh air. True, sir. Our ship breathes like whales. But if these Papuans are on the platform then, I don't see how you can stop them from coming in. So, sir, you think they will come on board? I am sure of it. Well, sir, let them come. I don't see why we should stop them. They are just poor people. I don't want my visit to cost any of their lives. I was about to leave, but Captain Nemo asked me to sit down. He asked me about our trip on land and our hunting. But he did not seem to understand Ned Land's wish for meat. Then we talked about other things. Captain Nemo was friendlier. We talked about the Nautilus being stuck. It was in the same place where Captain Dumont d'Urville almost lost his ship. He was a great sailor, the captain told me. A very smart sailor, that d'Urville. He was the French Captain Cook. A wise but unlucky man. He went through ice at the South Pole. He went through coral in Oceania. He saw cannibals in the Pacific, only to die sadly in a train accident. If that strong man could think in his last moments, imagine what he thought. Captain Nemo seemed sad when he said this. I thought it was good. Then, with a map, we looked at what the French sailor did. His trips around the world, his 2 tries at the South Pole. He found the Adelie coast and the Louis-Philippe Peninsula. He also mapped the main islands in Oceania. What your d'Urville did on the sea, Captain Nemo told me, I have done inside the ocean. But it was easier for me, more complete. His ships were always in storms. But the Nautilus is a quiet workroom. It is truly resting in the water. Still, Captain, I said, there is one big similarity between his ships and the Nautilus. What is that, sir? Like them, the Nautilus is stuck. The Nautilus is not stuck, sir, Captain Nemo said coldly. The Nautilus was built to rest on the ocean floor. I do not need to work hard like d'Urville did to free his ships. His ships almost died. But my Nautilus is safe. Tomorrow, at the time I said, the tide will lift it gently. It will sail through the seas again. Captain, I said, I do not doubt. Tomorrow, Captain Nemo added, standing up. Tomorrow at 2:40 in the afternoon, the Nautilus will float. It will leave the Torres Straits safely. Captain Nemo spoke very sharply. He bowed to me. That meant I should leave. I went to my room. Conseil was there. He wanted to know what happened with the captain. My boy, I said, I told the captain that the Papuan natives were a danger. He answered me with a joke. So I will tell you one thing. Trust him and sleep well. Master does not need me? No, my friend. What is Ned Land doing? With Master's permission, Conseil said, our friend Ned is making a kangaroo pie. It will be amazing. I was alone. I went to bed. But I did not sleep well. I kept hearing the savages. They were stomping on the platform. They were shouting loudly. The night passed like this. The crew did not move. They were not bothered by these people-eaters. It was like soldiers in a strong fort are not bothered by ants on the armor. I woke up at 6 in the morning. The doors were not open. So the air inside was not new, but the air tanks were full. They would give oxygen to the Nautilus. I worked in my room until noon. I did not see Captain Nemo. No one on the ship seemed to be getting ready to leave. I waited longer. Then I went to the main lounge. The clock showed 2:30. In 10 minutes, the water would be at its highest. If Captain Nemo was right, the Nautilus would move free. If not, it could be many months before it left the coral. But I felt small movements on the ship. I heard the ship scraping against the coral. At 2:35, Captain Nemo came into the lounge. We are about to leave, he said. Ah, I said. I have ordered the doors to open. What about the Papuans? What about them? Captain Nemo said. He moved his shoulders a little. Won't they come inside the Nautilus? How will they do that? By jumping down the doors you are opening. Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo said calmly, the Nautilus's doors are not entered that way, even when they are open. I looked at the captain. You don't understand? He said to me. Not at all. Well, come and see. I went to the main stairs. Ned Land and Conseil were there. They looked very confused. They watched the crew opening the doors. Outside there were loud noises and angry shouts. The door covers fell back onto the ship. 20 scary faces appeared. But when the first islander touched the stair railing, he was thrown back by something invisible. He ran away, screaming and jumping. 10 of his friends followed. All 10 had the same thing happen. Conseil was very happy. Ned Land jumped to the stairs. But as soon as he touched the railing, he was thrown back too. Oh no, he said. I was hit by lightning. His words made it clear. It was not just a railing. It was a metal wire with electricity from the ship. Anyone who touched it got a big shock. The shock would have killed them if Captain Nemo had used all the power. He had made a wall of electricity that no one could cross safely, Meanwhile, the Papuans were very scared. They ran away. We laughed a little. We helped Ned Land, who was swearing a lot. Just then, the water moved the Nautilus. It left the coral at exactly the time the captain said. The propeller moved the water slowly and grandly. The ship went faster and faster. It sailed on the surface of the ocean. It was safe. It left the dangerous Torres Strait. Chapter 23. Agrysomnia. The next day, January 10th, the Nautilus moved fast. It went about 35 miles an hour. The engine turned so quickly I could not count it. I thought about the Nautilus. This amazing ship moved with electric power. It also had heat and light from it. The power kept it safe from attacks. No one could touch it without getting hurt. I was very surprised by this. I was also surprised by the person who made it. We went west. On January 11th, we passed Cape Wessel. This place is at 135 degrees east and 10 degrees north. It is the west part of the Gulf of Carpentaria. There were many coral reefs, but they were not close together. They were marked clearly on the map. The Nautilus easily went around the Money Breakers and the Victoria Reefs. These were at 130 degrees on the 10th line, which we followed closely. On January 13th, we arrived at the Timor Sea. Captain Nemo saw Timor Island. This island is at 122 degrees east. It is a big island, 1,625 square leagues in size. Rajas rule this island. They believe they are sons of crocodiles. This means they think they have a very special family history. Because of this, they worship crocodiles. The crocodiles live in the island's rivers. People protect them, feed them, and are kind to them. They even give them young women to eat. It is bad for anyone who hurts these special crocodiles. But the Nautilus did not stop for these animals. We saw Timor Island for only a short time at noon. The main officer checked our location. I also saw a quick view of Roti Island. This island is part of the same group. Women from Roti Island are known to be beautiful in Malaysia. After we knew our position, the Nautilus changed direction to the southwest. We were going towards the Indian Ocean. Where would Captain Nemo take us? Would we go to Asia or Europe? He did not like places with many people, so this was not likely. Would we go south? Would we go around the Cape of Good Hope, then Cape Horn, and go to the South Pole? Or would we go back to the Pacific Ocean? The Nautilus could move freely there. We would have to wait and see. We passed the Cartier, Hibernia, Seringapatam, and Scott Reefs. These were the last parts of land we would see. By January 14th, we could not see land anymore. The Nautilus became slower in a strange way. It sometimes went deep in the water and sometimes floated on top. It was very hard to guess what it would do. During this time, Captain Nemo did special tests. He checked the water temperature at different depths. Normally, this is hard to do. The tools are difficult to use, and the results are not always correct. But Captain Nemo went deep into the water himself. He put his thermometer in the different water layers. He found the temperature quickly and correctly. The Nautilus went down deep. It went to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, and 10,000 meters. The tests showed that at 1,000 meters deep, the water was always 4.5 degrees Celsius, no matter where we were. I watched these tests with great interest. Captain Nemo was very excited about them. I often wondered why he did these tests. Were they to help other people? It was unlikely. His work would likely be lost with him in the sea. Maybe he wanted to give the results to me. But this would mean my strange journey would end, and I did not see that happening. Captain Nemo also told me about the saltiness of the water in different seas. I learned some personal things from this, not just science. This happened on the morning of January 15th. The captain and I were walking outside. He asked me if I knew how salty water was different in different seas. I said no. I also said there was not much good scientific information about it. I have done these tests, he told me, and I know they are right. Okay, I said, but the Nautilus is in its own world. The things its scientists find out do not go to land. You are right, Professor, he said after a short time. This is a separate world. It is as far from Earth as the planets that go around the sun. We will never know what scientists on Saturn or Jupiter find. But our lives are together now, so I can tell you what I have found. I am listening, Captain. You know, Professor, that salty water is heavier than fresh water, but it is not always the same. If fresh water is 1.000, then the Atlantic Ocean is 1.028. The Pacific Ocean is 1.026. The Mediterranean Sea is 1.030. Ah, I thought, he has been in the Mediterranean Sea. The Ionian Sea is 1.018, and the Adriatic Sea is 1.029. So, the Nautilus did go to busy seas in Europe. From this, I thought that the ship would take us back to places with people, maybe soon. I thought Ned Land would be very happy about this. For some days, we did many tests. We checked how salty the water was at different depths. We also checked how it conducted electricity, its color, and how clear it was. Captain Nemo was very clever and kind to me during all these tests. Then I did not see him for some days. I stayed in my room on the ship. On January 16th, the Nautilus seemed to be sleeping. It was a few meters under the water. Its electric power was off. The engine was still. I thought the crew was fixing things inside because the engine had been used so much. My friends and I saw something new. The windows in the living room were open. The Nautilus's light was off, so it was dark in the water. The sky was cloudy and stormy, so only a little light came into the top of the ocean. I was looking at the sea. Even the biggest fish looked like unclear shapes. Then, suddenly, the Nautilus was in bright light. At first, I thought the ship's light had turned on, but I was wrong. I looked quickly and saw my mistake. The Nautilus had moved into parts of the sea that glowed. It was very bright in the darkness. This happened because of many tiny glowing animals. Their light got brighter when they moved over the ship. In this bright water, I saw flashes of light. It was like seeing melted metal or hot metal in a very hot oven. These flashes were so bright that some bright areas looked like shadows next to them. No, this was not our normal light. This light was very strong and active. It felt alive. These were many small animals from the open sea. They were like tiny, clear balls with a thin arm. Up to 25,000 of them could be in a small amount of water. Their light was stronger because of other glowing sea animals like jellyfish and clams. These animals had oil from dead plants and animals in the sea. They also had a slippery substance from fish. For several hours, the Nautilus floated in this bright water. We were more and more surprised. We saw big sea animals playing in it. It was like the salamanders in stories that live in fire. In this light that did not burn, I saw fast, graceful porpoises. They were always playing. I also saw sailfish 3 meters long. They are a sign of storms. Their big sword-like noses sometimes hit the window of the living room. Then smaller fish appeared. There were different kinds of triggerfish, leatherjacks, unicorn fish, and 100 other kinds. They made lines in the glowing water as they swam. This bright sight felt like magic. Maybe the weather had made it stronger. Maybe there was a storm on the surface of the water. But the Nautilus was only a few meters down, so it did not feel the storm. The ship floated peacefully in the calm water. So, something new always surprised us. Conseil watched and sorted his sea animals and fish. The days went by fast, and I did not keep track of them. Ned, as usual, wanted something different from our normal food. We were like snails in our shell. I can say it is easy to become like a snail. This way of life started to feel normal to us. We no longer thought about living differently on Earth. Then, something happened that reminded us of our strange situation. On January 18th, the Nautilus was at 105 degrees east and 15 degrees south. The weather looked bad. The sea was rough and wavy. A strong wind was blowing from the east. The barometer had been going down for some days. This meant a storm was coming. I went out onto the top of the ship. The main officer was checking his instruments. I usually waited for him to say his daily phrase, but that day he said something different. I did not understand it. Right away, I saw Captain Nemo appear. He lifted his spyglass and looked at the faraway line where the sky met the water. For some minutes the captain stood still. He only looked through his spyglass. Then he put it down. He spoke about 10 words to his main officer. The officer seemed very excited. He tried to hide it, but he could not. Captain Nemo was more in control. He stayed calm. He seemed to be disagreeing with his officer. The officer kept saying he was sure. I could tell this from how they spoke and moved. I looked hard in the direction they were looking, but I saw nothing. The sky and water looked perfectly clear where they met. Meanwhile, Captain Nemo walked back and forth on the top of the ship. He did not look at me. Maybe he did not even see me. His steps were firm, but not as regular as usual. Sometimes he would stop. He would cross his arms and look at the sea. What was he looking for in that huge, empty space? The Nautilus was hundreds of miles from any land. The main officer kept lifting his spyglass. He kept looking at the faraway line. He walked back and forth and stomped his foot. He was very nervous. He was very different from his captain. But this secret would be clear soon. Captain Nemo told them to go faster. The engine worked harder right away. The propeller turned more quickly. Just then, the main officer pointed something out to the captain again. The captain stopped walking. He pointed his spyglass at the spot. He watched it for a long time. I was very confused. I went down to the living room. I got a very good long telescope that I often used. I put my elbows on the lighthouse on the back of the ship. I got ready to look at the sky and see. But as soon as I looked into the telescope, it was pulled from my hands. I turned around. Captain Nemo was in front of me. I almost did not know him. His face looked very different. His eyes were small and shone with a dark fire. His forehead was wrinkled. His teeth were partly showing. His body was stiff. His hands were in fists, and his head was pulled down between his shoulders. Everything about him showed strong anger. He did not move. My spyglass fell from his hand and rolled at his feet. Did I make him angry by accident? Did this strange person think I found a secret that guests on the Nautilus should not know? No. He was not angry at me. He was not even looking at me. His eyes stayed focused on that unclear spot on the faraway line. Finally, Captain Nemo became calm again. His face, which had changed so much, looked normal again. He spoke a few words to his main officer in their strange language. Then he turned to me. "Professor Aronnax," he told me quickly, "I ask you to keep one of our agreements now." "Which one, Captain?" "You and your friends must be kept in a room until I decide to let you go." "You are in charge," I answered, staring at him. "But may I ask you a question?" "You may not, sir." After that, I did not argue. I started to obey, because fighting was useless. I went to the room where Ned Land and Conseil were. I told them what the captain decided. I will let the reader think about how the Canadian felt about this news. Anyway, there was no time to explain. 4 crewmen were waiting at the door. They took us to the room where we had spent our first night on the Nautilus. Ned Land tried to complain, but the door was shut in his face. "Will Master tell me what this means?" Conseil asked me. I told my friends what happened. They were as surprised as I was, but they did not understand any better. Then I thought deeply about it. Captain Nemo's strange face kept coming into my mind. I could not connect two ideas in a clear way. I had crazy ideas. Then Ned Land's words pulled me out of my thoughts. Well, look here. Lunch is ready. Indeed, the table was set. Captain Nemo must have given this order when he told the Nautilus to go faster. Will Master let me give him a suggestion? Conseil asked me. Yes, my boy, I said. Well, Master needs to eat his lunch. It is a good idea, because we do not know what will happen next. You are right, Conseil. Sadly, Ned Land said, they only gave us the usual food. Ned, my friend, Conseil answered, what would you say if they had given us no lunch at all? This good sense stopped the harpooner's complaints. We sat at the table. We ate mostly in silence. I ate very little. Conseil, always careful, made himself eat. And even with the normal food, Ned Land ate every bite. Then, after lunch, each of us sat in a corner. Just then, the glowing light in our room went out. We were in total darkness. Ned Land soon fell asleep. To my surprise, Conseil also fell into a deep sleep. I wondered what made them so sleepy. Then I felt a strong sleepiness in my head. I tried to keep my eyes open, but they closed against my will. I had bad dreams. Clearly, something to make us sleep was in the food we just ate. So keeping us in the room was not enough to hide Captain Nemo's plans. We needed to be asleep too. Then I heard the doors close. The gentle movement of the sea, which had been rocking us, stopped. Had the Nautilus left the top of the ocean? Was it going back into the still, deep parts of the sea? I tried to fight off this sleepiness. It was impossible. My breathing became weaker. I felt a cold chill make my dull, almost frozen body parts cold. My eyelids fell over my eyes like small, heavy balls. I could not lift them. A sickly sleep, full of strange dreams, took over me. Then the dreams went away, and I felt nothing. Chapter 24. The Coral Realm. The next day, my head felt clear. I was surprised to be in my room. My friends were also in their room. They did not know what happened at night. I wanted to find out. I thought about leaving my room. Was I free? Yes, I was. I opened my door and went up. Ned Land and Conseil were waiting for me. I asked them. They knew nothing. They were surprised to be back in their room. The Nautilus was calm. It was moving slowly on the water. Nothing seemed different. Ned Land looked at the sea. It was empty. He saw no boats or land. The wind was strong from the west. The ship moved a lot. The Nautilus went down to 15 meters. This way, it could go up fast. It did this many times that day, January 19th. The chief officer went to the top. He said his usual words. Captain Nemo did not appear. I only saw my quiet helper. He served me well. Around 2 o'clock, I was writing notes. The captain came in. I bowed. He bowed a little. He said nothing. I went back to my work. I hoped he would tell me about yesterday. He did not. I looked at him. He looked tired. His eyes were red. He looked sad. He walked around. He picked up a book, then put it down. He looked at his tools. He seemed worried. Then he came to me and asked, "Are you a doctor, Professor Aronnax?" This question surprised me. I looked at him and did not answer. "Are you a doctor?" he asked again. "Some scientists are doctors too." "Yes," I said. "I am a doctor. I worked in hospitals for some years." "Good, sir." Captain Nemo was happy. I waited for more questions. "Professor Aronnax," the captain said, "can you help one of my men? Is someone sick?" "Yes." "I will go with you." "Come." My heart beat fast. I thought this sick man was connected to what happened yesterday. I wanted to know the mystery. Captain Nemo took me to the back of the Nautilus. He led me to a room near the sailors' rooms. A man lay on a bed. He was about 40 years old. He looked English. I looked at him. He was sick and hurt. His head was on a pillow. It was covered in bloody cloth. I took off the cloth. The man looked at me with wide eyes. He did not complain. It was a bad wound. His head was broken. His brain was open and hurt. There was old blood. His breathing was hard. His face moved strangely. His brain was swollen. He could not move or feel. I felt his pulse. It was weak. His hands and feet were cold. I knew he would die. I covered his wound. Then I looked at Captain Nemo. "How did he get hurt?" I asked. "It is not important," the captain said. "The Nautilus hit something. A lever broke and hit this man. My chief officer was next to him. This man jumped to save him. It is like a brother for a brother. This is our rule on the Nautilus. What do you think about him?" I did not want to say. "You can speak freely," the captain said. "He does not understand French." I looked at the man one last time. Then I said, "This man will die in 2 hours. Can nothing save him?" "Nothing." Captain Nemo made fists. Tears came from his eyes. I thought he could not cry. I watched the man dying. He became paler under the light. I looked at his smart face. He had lines from sadness. I hoped he would say something. "You can go, Professor Aronnax," Captain Nemo said. I left the captain and the dying man. I went to my room. I felt very sad. All day I felt bad. That night I did not sleep well. I thought I heard crying. Was it a song for the dead? The next morning I went on deck. Captain Nemo was there. He came to me. "Professor," he said, "would you like to go underwater today?" "With my friends?" I asked. "If they want to." "We will come, Captain. Please put on your diving suits." The dead man was not mentioned. I went to Ned Land and Conseil. I told them about Captain Nemo's idea. Conseil wanted to go. Ned Land also agreed this time. It was 8 in the morning. By 8:30, we were ready. We had lights and air tanks. The door opened. Captain Nemo and 12 men came with us. We stepped onto the seafloor, 10 meters down. The ground went down gently to 15 fathoms deep. It was different from my first dive in the Pacific. There was no sand or grass. I knew where we were. It was the coral area. Coral is a small animal. It grows together. People thought it was a mineral or a plant, but in 1694 it was known as an animal. Coral is made of small animals. They grow from each other. They live alone, but also together. They are like a natural team. I knew about these strange animals. They turn into stone like trees. It was very interesting to see these stone forests in the sea. We turned on our lights. We walked along new coral. One day it will fill this part of the ocean. Our path had many tangled bushes. They had small white flowers. But these trees grow down from rocks. Our lights made nice colors on the bright coral. I thought I saw tubes moving in the water. I wanted to pick the fresh flowers. They had small arms. Some were new, some were just opening. Fish swam past them like birds. But if my hand touched the moving flowers, they would close. The white flowers went into their red parts. The bush changed into stone bumps. I saw the best corals. This coral was like the ones from the Mediterranean Sea. It was bright. It was called blood flower or blood foam. Coral costs up to 500 francs per kilogram. There was enough coral here for many people to get rich. This coral sometimes grows with other corals. They form hard, tangled groups called machiota. I saw some pink ones. As the bushes got smaller, the trees got bigger. There were stone thickets and long arches. Captain Nemo went into a dark path. It went down to 100 meters. Our lights made magic effects. They showed the rough parts of the arches. They looked like hanging lights. We saw other corals here. Melita coral, rainbow coral, and green and red corallina. These are seaweeds with stone. They are now known as plants. But someone said, "Here, Life starts from stone, but it stays simple. After 2 hours, we reached 300 meters deep. This is where coral starts to grow. But here, it was not small bushes. It was a huge forest. Big stone trees were connected by hydras. These are like sea plants. They had many colors. We walked under their tall branches. They were dark from the deep water. At our feet were organ pipe coral, stony coral, star coral, fungus coral, and sea anemones. They looked like a carpet of flowers with shiny gems. It was amazing. I wished we could talk. Why were we in these suits? Why could we not speak? I wanted to be like the fish, or like animals that can live in water and on land. Captain Nemo stopped. My friends and I stopped. I saw the men form a circle around him. 4 of them carried a long object. We were in a big open space in the forest. Our lights made a bright light. It made long shadows. Outside the space, it was darker. Only the bright coral tips gave off light. Ned Land and Conseil were next to me. We watched. I knew something strange was going to happen. I saw the seafloor rise a little in some places. They were covered in stone and were in a pattern. This showed a human made them. In the middle of the space, on some rocks, stood a coral cross. It looked like it was made of stone blood. Captain Nemo made a sign. One man stepped forward. He took a tool from his belt. He started to dig a hole a few feet from the cross. I finally understood. This space was a graveyard. This hole was a grave. The long object was the body of the man who died last night. Captain Nemo and his men came to bury their friend in this secret place in the ocean. No! My mind was racing. I did not want to see this. The digging was slow. Fish swam away. I heard the tool hitting the stone ground. Sometimes it made sparks when it hit a rock. The hole got bigger and deeper. It was ready for the body. Then the men carrying the body came closer. The body was wrapped in white cloth. They lowered it into the water grave. Captain Nemo crossed his arms. He knelt down to pray. All his friends did too. My 2 friends and I bowed. The grave was covered with dirt from the seafloor. It made a small hill. When this was done, Captain Nemo and his men stood up. Then they all went to the grave. They knelt again. They put out their hands to say goodbye. Then the group went back to the Nautilus. They walked under the trees, through the bushes, and past the coral. They went up. Finally, the ship's lights appeared. They showed us the way to the Nautilus. We were back by 1 o'clock. I changed my clothes. I went to the top of the ship. I had bad thoughts. I sat near the light. Captain Nemo came to me. I stood up and said, "So, as I thought, that man died last night?" "Yes, Professor Aronnax," Captain Nemo said. "And now he rests with his friends in that coral graveyard?" "Yes, the world forgets them, but we do not. We dig the graves. Then the coral covers our dead forever." The captain suddenly covered his face with his hands. He tried to stop crying. Then he added, "There is our calm graveyard, hundreds of feet under the water. At least, Captain, your dead can sleep there safely, away from sharks." "Yes, sir," Captain Nemo said sadly. "From sharks and men." End of the first part.